We're on our way. Welcome and hello. Welcome. Howard, I hope you're good. Sorry that we're late and everybody else that's waiting. I see there's a few of you waiting. I had the wrong link. We were in the wrong room because there's a meditation thing I'm doing tomorrow. And we were sitting in the meditation thing because I sent Indy the wrong link. We were trying to figure out why we couldn't go live. And then it occurred to me, it said meditation on the top. That's tomorrow. So let's get into this. Cosmic's away on holiday. He's holidaying it up with his family, taking it easy. And so Indy and myself are going to be here. It's a rather, shall we say, synchronous moment because I didn't know what we were going to talk about until like some hours ago. And it just came to me in a flash, the Fool. I was like, oh, duh, with the numbers and where we're at this point. The Fool has to be, especially when you look at what's going on with the congressional hearing that's been running for the last 4 days, right? On YouTube. And the COVID story coming to light. A lot of really powerful evidence being put in front of Congress. And it's good to see the world is embarking upon its own proverbial macrocosmic version of a fool's journey. Because society is also on this journey, as are we. One could argue and say that society and us are really a reflection of each other. Anyway, it turns out that Indy was on a cacao ceremony, and guess which card came to him just 4 days ago. So Indy must have been beaming me that tribal telepathy of like, the Fool, dude, the Fool, dude, the Fool. Big love, brother. So big love to all of you. I think this is a great discussion, and I hope my audio is okay for everybody. Let me know if there's any issues with my audio, because if there is, I can set it. Is it too loud or too soft or disturbance or buzzy, or is it good?
Sounds good.
Okay, good to hear. So you all probably know me and you probably know Indy Sage, but just in case, those of you that are coming in, popping in later, new, apparently YouTube promotes us. Didn't know that was happening. Happy to hear it. So if you're one of those new people, Indy is he's a shadow worker as well as shamanically inspired, tuned into nature, anthropologist, student of occult lore, and also, all around the clock. He's been through a lot, so he's wound himself out properly, with health and knowledge of the physiology and the spiritual psychology and everything. And just a super awesome guy. So for those of you that don't know Indy, this is Indy Sage. Go on, Indy, tell us a bit about yourself. Indy's channel, by the way, you can find it in my list of suggested channels. He's got some cool anthropological research that he's done. There's a talk that he did on the Tao. The audio is not so good on that, but I'm sure he's going to be banging out a lot more content soon. Tell us about yourself, dear brother.
Yeah, thanks for the great introduction, Franklin. On my YouTube pages, I have one that he mentioned. I believe it's Vibe Tribe Scribe. Then I have another one, Naraka Thanatos, with some reels and some shorts from the roundtable on there. I hope to link a bunch of my work from other podcasts as well and just get onto that channel eventually. But it's a work in progress. I'm a shadow worker, a shaman. I practice ancient philosophical Taoism, And I've been on my journey for quite some time. It's been decades of research and decades of mystical practices out in nature. And I've just recently gotten involved with some grandmother and grandfather ceremonies within the past 5 to 10 years. And I had a wonderful cacao ceremony earlier this week. That was fabulous. And as Franklin mentioned, we had a tarot pull after the cacao ceremony, which was lovely. We had a grounding meditation and some shamanic drumming. And then I pulled a card and I kept it face down until the end. Everybody else was looking at their card, pondering, like, oh, what does this mean? What am I going to say? And I pulled my card up and I was like shocked. I was like, oh my God, I got the Fool. I had a feeling it was something magical. And so it's going to be really good to explore the journey of the Fool today. And in the little card that I had, it was like kind of a Rider-Waite deck, but it was like a new version kind of thing, like the traditional pictures with little add-in, little modern stuff in there. And it had, the Fool was wearing headphones and he had a little puppy dog with him. It was pretty cute, but it was really fun being in a cacao ceremony. For those of you who are not familiar, cacao and as its ceremonial state when it's not processed is very powerful, meditative, and therapeutic, entheogen. And, it has things in it like anandamide is a molecule of bliss, flavonoids help with neurogenesis, and other things as well. It puts you into a really blissful state. It's a mood enhancer, and it was really a wonderful ceremony. I hope some of you get to experience that if you're interested in that kind of thing at some point in your life. But in my work as a shadow worker, I healed myself after a near-death experience in 2007, and went through the dark night of the soul through going through my wounds, my emotional wounds, and my suppressed emotions, and becoming whole again was a journey in itself, and it was well worth the arduous journey of shadow work to go into the darkness within with the light of love and forgiveness. So I've come out a whole new person, and I renamed myself after the experience. A friend of mine called me an indigo child and at a frat party, and so I told him, I don't like purple, and I'm no child, so, and I like blue. You call me blue man or something. And we were just joking around, and he said, "No, indigos are like it's like a compliment. That's like a spiritual thing." I didn't know what it was at the time, so I told him, "Well, I'd be like the sage king of those indigo children." And so they kind of named me the indigo sage king. And after I had my near-death experience and my friend had passed on, I chose to keep that name to honor him and just give myself a new title because I don't really identify with my prior self as much after surrendering to Guan Yin back in 2007. But it's been a beautiful journey ever since. My life has become complete and whole. But as the life number 7, I kind of had that wholeness, which kind of is somewhat of a blockade from allowing me to reach out to people more because I feel more whole within. And so I do enjoy my solitude very much. But we're going to have a great discussion today about the Fool's Journey. And we've been talking a lot about tarot lately, so this is really great to bring that to the table. And I'm sure we're going to probably bring in the Enneagram as well. And as with it, the astrological signs and their meanings. So should be a pretty deep discussion today, as usual. Do you have anything that you wanted to kick us off with, Franklin?
Well, yeah, I mean, what a beautiful topic. We're often touching on the topic. We're often getting pretty close. We don't quite get sticky with it, but we get a little bit jiggy with it. And so you can really very seldomly have a conversation about spiritual alignment or the path of spiritual expansion, growth, the path towards wholeness, the path towards enlightenment, the path towards a sense of peace and a greater level of integrity and authenticity. All of these words, they come back to the Fool. And whenever we're looking at the idea of the Fool, we're really looking at the substratum, the entire path. And this path is really what life is. So to speak about the Fool effectively is to speak about the meaning of life. And words fall short. Words are hollow little cases that carry thought in circles on a track that gets nowhere very, very fast. And symbols can speak 1,000 words without having to move a tongue. And it has so many paradigms of meaning attached to a singular concept, which is dangling in subspace from this idea or this conceptual image. So when we look at the Fool, there's a sense of inspiration, there's a sense of beauty, there's a sense of fulfillment, there's a sense of enlightenment. And yeah, I suppose a great place to start, as always, is the end. What do you think? Which is the beginning of the journey. Because the journey starts at the tail of the serpent. So the Fool represents the serpent, effectively. So I suppose we have to start talking about the elephant in the room, right? Because we don't see the serpent present when we look at the Fool, do we? But the serpent is very much a part of the conversation. And that ability to shed skin and to transcend is very much a part of what the serpent represents, you know, in terms of when we look at it as a concept. Then it's important to take this into consideration that we have the serpent in so many of the tarot cards, but the serpent isn't depicted in the Fool at all. However, on a very fundamental level, you could say that the Fool is the serpent. So I think that's a great place to start. What do you think, brother?
I'd also, the serpent can be also mentioned in this aspect of the inner dragon in alchemy. Is how they refer to the ego, and so we battle through the inner dragon to gain the soul's access to the world. We have our shadow within, where the soul is kind of in clutches, and when we battle that inner dragon and fight the ego, we come to a place where instead of being focused on the separation, the ego is the delusion of separation between us and the external world, us and our inner selves, us and those around us, us and nature. And through entertaining that delusion, we can do so many things. But by battling that inner dragon, we surpass that fixation on separation. We start to become more aware of the connections and the integration with the inner self, with others around us, and with nature and the world around us as well. And so through that process, there's a shift of focus and we gain new eyes. But like the Fool's journey, we go through a lot of challenges and learn a lot of lessons through this process.
Yeah, I would say that that's a very interesting take on, you know, we always see the Fool through a positive lens, do we not? Because life is really here to perfect us. Even though perfection is a dream, and none of us are perfect, life is here to perfect us. Can you see there's something of a contradiction in terms here? Which is ironic, because in the process of not being perfect, one is perfect. It might seem like an ontological nightmare if you consider it as such, but children are already perfect in their innate state. They don't need to grow. They don't need to, as in terms of character. And the closer we get to becoming adults, the more jaded we seem to become, the more fixed our ideas become, the more judgmental we become, the more serious we become. The less we laugh, the less we smile, the less we cry, the less we're in touch with our feelings, the less we are intuitively inspired, the less we can see the beauty in the small things and appreciate that all things are effectively a fundamentally important thing to observe. And you'll notice this with children. They'll sit and look at the smallest little thing, tiny little bug walking on the grass. And they will be so transfixed, that will become their entire world. As if on some intuitive level they can realize and recognize that the whole world can literally be seen within a grain of sand. And thus the whole world is really a grain of sand when we get right down to it. And there's this notion of unity, or the monad, becoming expressed as the multiplicity, and how these two abstractly inverted concepts, inverted from each other's perspective, shall we say, opposites, are a contradiction in terms, because the whole idea of the monad becoming a multiplicity, it seems like an impossibility if we really look at it. But I think that this fool is incorporating the journey towards understanding that the multiplicity becomes a monad in this physical reality, and that physical reality is thus a segment. And within that segment, there are 21 other segments. And those 21 other segments comprise the steps that take us towards understanding the fundamental monad, the primal unity from whence the multiplicity arises. As an understanding that that unity is reflected throughout each of the parts of the multiplicity. And so each part of the multiplicity is in itself complete as a reflection of the monad, which is an oxymoron if we get right down to it. And I think the word oxymoron represents the fool. If we wanted to find one word that represents the fool, I think we would have to go for words like oxymoron, or, because it represents both the beginning of the journey and the end of the journey. It also represents the process of the journey. It has no place. It merely is that cohesive substance, that prana, that life force that holds all the other parts together. So let's start with the life force. What do you think? Which is this reflected substance that it imbues.
Yeah, great place to start. You see in the image,
carry on, brother.
There's mountains in the background, and he stands upon a lofty cliff overlooking down below. And so in the beginning of his journey, that might signify looking down on his route coming up above him, that he's going to come down towards and go off into the horizon. But it also is reminiscent of the end of a journey where he has risen to the peak and he's looking back on his journey as well. So it's interesting that you mentioned that. It's not only the beginning of the journey, but also the end. And we see that the fool is young and healthy and open-minded to new experiences, but has some naivety to him. And, as some people might think that standing so close to that cliff might be a bit dangerous, and he's a little bit overly confident, which could kind of lead to some of the lessons that he might come across in his journey, where he may feel later on that standing so close to a cliff may not be in his best interest. But in the beginning, he's just so full of life and zeal, and he's so excited about the scenery and the sights and the flower in his hand. He's found great joy and beauty in the world around him. And so we have to appreciate that. And as we go along our journey in life, we can become somewhat jaded and negative and have so many apprehensions and not be able to stand and look with such awe and be so close to the edge, you know. But as far as life and the body, what does it signify? I feel like here we have him with his dog, and I think on the journey, you know, if you're willing to go out and confront those challenges, they're going to strengthen you, and you start in a place where you're in good health, and you can become much stronger if you're willing to have the courage to go out and confront the challenges, or the naivety to just be willing to just go out and not know what's ahead of you, but be willing to go out and brave that path and be willing to go out and make that journey. And in Taoism, they say the journey of 1,000 miles begins with one step. And so even though you might have apprehension about this long journey, you can know that it just takes one step to begin. And it's another step at a time. Before you know it, you're at the end.
That's such
the destination. Yeah.
Please carry on, brother. I didn't mean.
No, go on. I was just saying that the journey is the destination, even though, you know, the journey itself is worthwhile as well.
Yeah, that is such a true, never a truer word being said. The journey is the destination, and that sort of brings us back to like the idea of the meaning of life, which is something that's very difficult to pin down, right? It's very difficult to get a clear sense of like when we talk about the meaning of life, like what are we actually talking about, right? And it's quite interesting because you can very easily just look at like where we're at in life, right? And become like sort of like a little lost in the concept of well, what am I meant to be doing here, right? And I think the Fool is really the answer to that question. And so it gives a really easy and understandable understanding, shall we say, of what the meaning of life really is. And so we're able to like really get a very clear and concise concept of just exactly what it is we're looking at when we look at the meaning of life. And so interestingly, like you pointed out, he's both climbed this mountain to get to the peak, but it's almost like if you look behind him, it's almost like he's coming down the mountain.
Yeah.
See, like behind him, the mountain goes up.
True.
So it sort of shows that, I think it shows the concentric revolutions. Concentric might not be the right word. The way one evolutional cycle touches another evolutional cycle. And that there has to be this 0 point space between these between these revolutions. Sort of like where the wheel of the zodiac is turning and it gets to 360 degrees and then it starts again at 0 degrees. 1, 2, 3. And it has to have that ignition, cognition potential for the cogs to turn. And so there has to be a quiet center around which everything can revolve. For this is the way that chakra or a tornado or a storm system or any spiral has to revolve around a stationary center. So what that says to us that in the torus, the toric field, there must be a stationary center, right? There must be a point of fixed potential where all the potential sits, poised, ready, like he's poised and ready, right? Reaching the end of the journey, he's poised and ready. Beginning his journey, he's poised and ready. Whichever part of the journey, and it sort of represents meditation in a sense. That poisedness, that readiness. People ask me, how can you define meditation in one word? And I'd have to say, well, 3 words separately: poised, ready, and aware. And those 3 one words, each one represents what meditation is. To be in a state of poise, to be ready, to be aware. They're all really the same thing, because when you're poised, it means the potential for movement is there. That's what poise means, right? When you are ready, you have a psychological poise. When you are aware, you have a sensual state of poise, because you're just becoming ready to adapt your consciousness to the surroundings and encompass the surroundings, because this is what awareness is. Awareness is the way we encompass our surroundings and the changes within our surroundings. And so these 3 qualities are bound up here so beautifully in this concept of the full. And what we see here is behind him, above him, we see the sun. And so the sun represents the solar disk, represents the ego. This is the journey of the ego, and the journey of fulfilling the mandate of the ego, why the ego exists, what we're meant to do about it. And the sun represents prana, life force, all the life force that comes into the world. Surya is depicted, which is the sun deity in Vedic cosmology, as being sitting in a chariot, being drawn by 7 horses. And those 7 horses are the 7 different principles of Hermes, the 7 chakra, the 7 fundamental ways of interacting with the universe. And so we can see that this guy is basically carrying the lifeblood of the sun in the color of his boots, in the color behind him. He's the messenger of the sun. And so you could say that the fool represents the Son of God, right? What do you think of that, Indy? The fool is the Son of God.
Yeah, you got the Heavenly Father right there beside him, up above him, and the Son of the Sun. And it almost seems like, since those mountains behind him are somewhat bluish, it's almost like he was walking on water and walked onto this cliff from a wave. So the Son of the Sun, Son of God, is said to walk on the waters or dance on the waters, much like the sun reflection dances on the waters.
And namaste to all of you that are arriving. Vincent's been here for a while. Howard, namaste to you guys. Namaste to Bernadine. How are you? I hope you're well. I hope you're thriving. I hope you're smiling. I hope you're doing much better than surviving. I hope you don't forget to get up and keep jiving. I think the fool represents the dance, right? Because what is the dance? The dance is when you fool around with your body, right? You just fool with it. And you feel. Oh, here we go. Fool feel. The feel of the fool. The fool is the feel. So when you get a feel for rhythm, you start wanting to play the fool. And so dancing is that. There's nothing serious behind a dance. If there's something serious behind the dance, then like arguably you're not dancing. Mm-hmm. Right? Because the whole point of dancing is to let go. And the deeper you go into the shamanic lore, the more intrinsically important the dance becomes. And a lot of people these days want to try and have prescribed shamanic dances, and that's not really what it's about. It's about dancing until you meet someone, not someone, a animal form that talks to you. And in that talking, your body's reflecting the joy that you're experiencing from the communication with this being. So that's what the dance really is. It's about becoming extra dimensionally conscious, aware of these archetypal forces, of these profound aspects of our consciousness that connect us to nature, through nature, for nature is within us as we are within it. And the macrocosm and the microcosm truly are reflections of each other. And this profound connection, which is the basis of prana, of life force, which we could say is the fool, which we could arguably say is the reflection of the Son of God in the physical plane, and of course the meaning of life, why we are here. So, all the Christians with their Bibles, they got it right. Don't knock them. They got it right. They just don't necessarily understand what they're saying. Would that be a fair assessment?
Yeah, I think there's been so much of the preaching has been leading people astray from the wisdom that is in the doctrine. And there's a lot of things that are just not really even supposed to be part of the story that people are really fixated on. And in organized religion, they usually kind of draw people in with some bait to poison them, with not being able to find that salvation until the point of death. And the idea of having to get something from outside yourself is another issue. So there's a lot of misleading there, whether that's intentional or that's just come through the digression of our culture, where we used to have good handwriting and we used to have way more pronounced lexicons of different vernaculars, where not in writing, people had to learn Latin and be more sophisticated. Things now have become more dumbed down, and so maybe as a process has happened as such, we've lost a lot of the wisdom. But you could also consider that people who have had more of a mind towards being able to profit off of the weakness of others have been able to manipulate their words and their teachings to be able to exploit people so that they can stay afloat in challenging times. So you have to consider that aspect as well. But luckily, there's people like Jordan Maxwell that have helped people come to question these things and look deeper into astrotheology and understand the secret origins of the things that we worship. And then we can really find that in the origins of things, there's much more wisdom involved in the interpretation of things that's being lost in the shuffle. And so it's right here in front of us, and we know about some of it. And luckily, that can be a way for us to dive a little deeper and start to question some of these things. But I think a lot of people have been told just the tip of the iceberg, and maybe some things that really aren't relevant to have been mixed in.
Totally, brother. I think that's a wise word. We tend to knock Christianity a little bit. I think a lot of us alternative occult philosophers, because we see the inane stories being told in an inane way. And by the inane stories, I mean that, like, none of you have the potential to connect with the divine. You need this priest to do it. And this priest can only do it because he has a connection to that bloke from 2,000 years ago. And that in itself is a ridiculous idea. Not that all respect shouldn't be to the bloke, because the bloke did some pretty cool stuff. And like, respect to anybody who does cool stuff, like, they need their respect where it's due. And there's a lot of great teachings that the bloke can share with us that we can all benefit from on the most profound levels of life. Though we need to listen to what the bloke was saying. And the bloke was saying that, like, basically the bloke has discovered that the Father, the Almighty, lives within the heart. And so the bloke was telling us that within each of our hearts there is the Spirit. There is the direct door to heaven, to the Almighty. Which means that, you don't need a church built with hands. And I think that's like a really fundamental point. Namaste, Carmen. I hope you're good. I hope you're smiling. I hope everybody here is just jiving it up. So yeah, like, when we look at this particular Trump, we can see there's quite a lot here as well to observe. For example, he's got the yellow boots, which relate to the sun, right? He's got the sun behind him, the yellow color of the sun. This is prana. I relate to that yellow color as being the most vibrant color, the most energetic color that exists. So it's the color that represents energy. If we want to talk about energy, yellow is a great color. Hence yellow and the sun, hence the sun and its yellow color, pouring out the energy of life that becomes sugars that plants can turn into sugar crystals that we can all utilize. All beings require this potency of the sun, which has been transmuted from an energetic state into a crystal. And so you can see on his little dress here, he's got these yellow spheres representing prana. But he's also got within these yellow spheres, he's got the red. So the cause and effect principle, the principle of Mars and that passion, potential, is also there, as we see it in Aries, hidden in the circles, explaining that this is about activity. This is about the actions that connect us with prana. He's got the beautiful white flower. Is it a white rose in his left hand? Obviously, this represents a state of perfection and purity. Not the kind of perfection that we can attain towards, but the kind of perfection that is purity. All we can attain towards is being as pure as we can allow ourselves to be, which is authentic, honorable, integrous, and real. And that is what children already have. So it's about re-embracing that inner child that this androgynous figure, let's not forget the figure is androgynous, represents. Then he's got the staff. Now, we mentioned the serpent before. We're thinking about Moses and the serpent and how Moses turned the serpent into a staff. So this has got to do with the fire element and the controlled potential of fire that can be utilized to generate life. And look at where the staff is pointing. It's pointing at the sun, because the sun is the element of fire that has been tempered to such a point that we can utilize its potential, and it generates life, both in us, in plants, and in all creatures on earth. Without the sun, nothing would be alive. So we're speaking about the life. We can see in his dress as well, there are these green leaves. And when I see green, I see the abundance of things that grow. I'm seeing that which can be reaped. I'm seeing the element of the green man being hidden in his robe. And that green man obviously represents reaping of the crops, of all of the potential. So when the Christos or the Emmanuel speaks about how there will be a reaping, this reaping is about the potential, the grain being reaped. And the metaphor is that we will be reaped as grain when we pass from this world to see our value. And that value will be what we will carry on with. So if we squandered all of our potential spiritual currency here and came back with nothing, well, that's what we got to take to the next world. But if we lived a great life and we actually worked hard and invested our spiritual currency well with wisdom and actually looked for good returns on our spiritual currency, then by the time we tap out, we've got a big bag over our shoulder. So the serpent is a wild, mobile potential of transformation. But you can see that in his hands, the serpent is a staff, which means that it has reached its state of perfect poise. So he exists within the center of the spiral where change is continually happening without the need for change. Yet another oxymoron. We see the little bag that he carries. I see the color orange there. Orange makes me think of Gemini. It's the masculine reflection of Mercury. Here we have that alchemical potential. He carries it within his robe, and he carries it upon his staff, this fixed serpent of life force that has been purified and is at a state of poise at the center of the proverbial circle, pointing straight at the prana, at the sun. And so he has this pouch wherein he carries all his alchemical potentials, but everything's neatly tucked away because he has no requirement to play with alchemical forces, because he has become the embodiment of the alchemical forces. And these alchemical forces, you can see them working through his sleeves. It's within his garment. He's got this potential to communicate the divine in the same way that Mercury communicates the divine when it expresses itself through Gemini, the twins. And we can see here that this is the twins in one body. So there's an interesting point. We'll look at the rest of the tarot soon. But we've got two twins in one body, both the masculine and the feminine, amalgamated. So this is really what, if we want to get right down to it, and we want to look at this, then when we look at the twins, right? So here's the twins here. And you can see the lovers. I hope you can see my mouse. You can see the lovers are moving towards a state of union. And there is that mountain in the background. Now, where do we think the Fool is? The Fool has come from that mountain to become the twins. And the twins are on the journey to become the Fool, to be amalgamated into each other's bodies. This is that element where this angelic force presence that is between these two, I would say that angelic force and presence between these two, that is the Fool. Notice how that angelic force presence is an ambassador of the solar disk. The sun is coming through its presence. And so the Fool is present in the other trumps from time to time. I would say this is the spirit of the Fool guiding the lovers towards a state of union, represented by the Fool in his state of perfection. And we can see a similar notion when we look at the Last Judgment, which is also quite interesting when we look at this. Another thing to consider is when we look at the Fool, there's this powerful connection between the Fool and this hermit.
Mm-hmm.
And this is something that people don't always consider. I don't know, what do you think, Indy, the Fool and the hermit?
Yeah, I think so. I think there's a strong connection there. They have a reminiscent quality about them. Both have those flowing sleeves in their garments, and the Fool is right beside the sun, and the hermit carries the lantern, implying that it's somewhat like nighttime there, but he's not under the moon. He carries the light of the sun in the nighttime. And seems like there's a connection where he's like the elder version of the Fool to me. It just has that vibe to it. They're both looking in the same direction, and they're both holding their arms up in the air. And down below them, it's very similar. He seems to be standing on the clouds, and the mountains look reminiscent of the clouds as well that he stands on. So there's a lot of really close tie-ins and parallels there. I feel like their message is similar as well. A hermit is this lone character, as the Fool is on his journey. He brings along the dog with him as his best friend. But it allows him for deeper introspection. He doesn't have to worry about the dog talking his ear off and distracting him from his journey.
Yeah, brother, totally. I should have brought this picture up before. But here we see, what do we see? Well, we see the staff, don't we? That staff that we mentioned, which is, I like to equate it to the serpent that has found its rest.
Mm.
And the hermit then is once again the Fool in disguise, right?
Yeah.
And he carries that staff, that powerful staff that we see in the Fool's hands. The difference here is the Fool has it resting over his shoulder. And he also has a red feather in his cap. We don't want to forget that. That's got to do with Mars. It's got to do with Aries. It's got to do with he has survived the crumbling tower, and he is an ambassador for the emperor, effectively. And so this staff that we see here, we can see it's very clearly reflected here. The difference is that the staff here embodies that solar power of life force, of prana, and the star. The star. Oh, so he's got the potential of the star, right? And the star was discovered earlier on. So when we look at the star, we see that the star is is basically, let me pull it up for you guys. The star is once again reflecting all of this divine potential right back at us. And it's very easy to think of them as all being separate tarot packs, tarot decks. But we forget that they're all really the same thing. And when we look at that, we can see so clearly. So here we see the star, right? Now here's the star, this potential of this energy that is reflecting outwards, holding the seven elements, which is the reflection of the sun's potential, pouring out the water of knowledge and the water that holds the patterning of the soul onto the world, the mame. And we can see that this is also, is it a woman? Is it a man? It's also, there's an element of androgyny there. We can't see the genitalia, but I'm wondering whether there's going to be a dangly bit there as well. You know?
Yeah.
I think maybe in older decks there might have been a dangly bit and a couple of like, you know, disky bits, disco biscuits as I like to call them, nibbly bits. But so yeah, I mean, when we look at it, it seems to me like there's so much here being shared. How did this get so big? Sorry, I changed something and everything went haywire. So when we look at the hermit once again, we see he's got the star, but he's controlling the potential of the star. And it's like not everybody's ready to see the full potential of the star, but he's here to guide you back through the potential of the star to the magician so that you can become acquainted with the fool. And we can see how these guys are working in tandem, working together, working in a total, you know, there's cooperation here. And I think this is one of the things where when we consider the fool's journey, that is quite important. I love this, what they've done here with the way that they've presented this. 3 rows of 7. There's something quite important being expressed here in the way that these fall together. And so effectively we're going backwards towards the fool. We start at earth and we move from the right to the left to the devil. Then we move from the right to the left from temperance, Sagittarius, to strength of Leo. And then we move from Cancer, the chariot, to the magician, the element of air. And here we have fulfilled all of our mandates, right? The 3 fundamental mandates, shall we say. And we are now ready to embrace the subtotality of this as the fool's journey. And it's almost like you go from there to there, and you travel through this door of the fool and you end up back in the world again. And it's like you got to do it again and again and again and again and again. And it's a never ending journey, because every time you do that journey, it's like watching a documentary and noticing things you didn't notice the first time round, right? Like if it's like a hard going, if it's about physics or something, and you were like, I think I was following that. And you come back and go, let's just take one more look and see that I really followed that. And you follow it again and you go, okay, I think I know now better than what I knew before. And this is a very interesting concept, you know, this idea of repetition. I think the fool represents that. In poise between the past and the future, it represents the present moment in a sense. And we can see its association with both the world in this and the magician. And so the magician, we could say, is representing the forces and the potentials of air, which is how prana gets distributed and moved and controlled. And the world, we could say, represents the potential of crystallization, the full crystallization that can be sort of embodied by the idea of Saturn. What do you think of the Fool having this powerful association with the Alpha and the Omega?
Yeah, I think that's spot on. It's connected to everything. And I feel like it's good that they put it in on its own little column on the left, because it connects to everything in its own sense. And as you mentioned, it's a perpetual cycle. So like you can go through a cycle and come into excellence after going through all the different stages, but there's always another level that you can go into. And so the Fool represents that humility of being able to accept that I have room to grow. I can become better at what I'm doing. I can go to further points and stages at what I'm trying to achieve. And so I'm willing to now go to the next stage and go through learning the new ways and going through all of the challenges that will confront in that journey. So I feel like that's pretty spot on. You're always going to be able to, in any one of these stages, be able to bring up the Fool and be able to use that humility to confront the challenges and the changes with ease, being able to allow for growth and put behind you what you thought you knew, and whatever things that were holding you back.
Somebody mentioned the alchemical citrine. Oh, I love the citrine. This is a really beautiful citrine from the local scratch patch. Obviously raw and uncut and unpolished and un-everything.
Wow.
And citrine is very interesting. Where's my... This is a really beautiful amethyst. Also unpolished, uncut, and all of that. I'm pretty sure it's after studying it and tuning into it, I'm pretty sure it comes from Namibia. I got this one from my beloved Mexico.
Mm-hmm.
But the interesting thing about these two stones is, okay, they're complementary colors, right? So they work together. And as a complementary force working together, yellow will reflect what violet attracts, and violet will reflect what yellow attracts and holds in. So together they make a full spectrum. And interestingly enough, you can transmute this to become this with heat. So when you generally see citrine in the world, it's normally heated. They put them into a kiln and they bake the amethyst, and the amethyst turns yellow. And that is just basic alchemy. So it's like very interesting how what we are being suggested here by the Fool is that the Fool is all of these 21 different elements in a different form. And so the whole principle of alchemy is bound in the Fool's little knapsack, right? Because the Fool carries all of this alchemical potential within this little bag. And within this bag here is the full potential of all of the alchemical changes. And so that little bag, you could say, represents the other 21 archetypes, the 21 trumps of the major arcana. So here we have the 3 scale 7, and we notice slap bang in the center there's justice, Libra. Libra in its placement astrologically is the furthest from the sun. So just to give you an idea of what we're talking about here, we've got, I'll run through them quickly. We've got the magician, right? Basically managing the 4 elements with the infinity of Saturn's potential contemplation, manifesting the Idda and the Pingala, and wearing Mars as a robe. So passive within the active state, though working with cause and effect hence that principle of cause and effect, which is the embodiment of Mars, action, is bound by this purity, wearing the serpent around the waist as a belt, the Ouroboros, obviously representing the element of air. For the element of air is where the life's pranic force, which is the yellow in the background, is able to permeate all other things as it dances between wetness and dryness, cool and heat, color and form. These polarities represented by the element of water and the element of fire. And then we have the high priestess, which is really a very profound archetype. We could say it relates to Isis in a sense. She's got the two potentials of the two towers. This also represents the Ida and the Pingala, right? And the Boaz and the Joachim. These two towers represent the pillar of severity and the pillar of mercy on one level. The pillar of life and the pillar of death on another form. And all of these polarities of life dance about the high priestess. And so the high priestess obviously relates to the moon, and she carries on her head that particular headset, which is very much reminiscent of the lunar potential. And she holds behind her the tree of life. So to pass between these two pillars to the sacred wisdom and knowledge that will give you the potential and power of the magician, you go through her. Then we have the Empress that represents the life and abundance of physical form. And she also represents the harmony. And we can see around her, life is in a state of harmony. And she represents Venus. We can see Venus on her form here. And you can see she's sitting on Mars's potential here. You can see Saturn is at her feet and in her background. The green man is present, but she's carrying the purity of the Martian potential to take form of the cause and effect. And she has a staff of office that represents the wand with the two spheres on the ends, which represents the unification of all polarities in harmony. Then we have the Mars potential. Sorry, did I say Mars? Aries potential. The first sign of the zodiac. In the Emperor, we can see him sitting on his earthly made throne. And we can see all around him he has all the tools of the fire principle of the ram. And he wears the red potential of the lifeblood as a garment, and he has the wisdom and a crown of the sun. And so then after Aries comes Taurus, which is the Hierophant, right? The Hierophant, as we know, is our conditioning, is the church, is the priest that has taught us right from wrong, and the conditioning of our morals and our ethics and who we become in actual reality has got a lot to do with this card, because of our childhood and our parents and the people that along the way that have shaped us to become what we become. And obviously after Taurus we have, and Taurus is this, comes after Aries, Taurus. Then we have Gemini. Gemini is the lovers, is the twins. We spoke about this. They represent the ambassador of the fool and the hermit in a sense, bringing the life force between the two. They are moving towards a state of harmony, the harmony that will produce the androgyny of the fool. Then we have the sign of Cancer. Cancer is the chariot, is the Merkaba in a sense. This is the lunar reflection in the macrocosm. And we see the potentials of life and death being bound here. We see the potential, great potential in the number 2 being reflected in this card. And so this card holds that powerful, fundamental power of sensitivity, that it can take us on an inner journey, and the journey of transcendence. Then after Cancer, we have the sign of Leo, strength. Obviously, the infinity of the purity of being who you are, the ego expression, self-expression, that plays with the fire of the lion. It's like playing with fire, but playing with the potential of the lion is playing with that life force itself, turning the proverbial wheel. Here we have the Hermit, which is Virgo, which comes after Leo on the wheel. And obviously Virgo represents the intellect, represents developing that ability to learn and learning from our lessons, wisdom, the wisdom of the sage. These are all Virgo. When we speak about Hermetics and Hermes, Hermes is very much closely aligned with this card. And this card is the ambassador of the Fool, is talking to us. So this is why when we look at the Hermit and we look at Virgo, we're talking about the Virgin, because there's an element of purity within that sign, because it's knowledge for the pure sake of knowledge. It's not about personal gain. It's about knowing. And so there's something quite profound and liberating in this, that our own ego gets left behind, and carrying the staff of life force becomes like, moving towards the light of the star of knowledge. Then after reaching the point of Virgo, we then have the Wheel of Fortune, which represents Jupiter. And Jupiter is obviously the wheel. Good luck, good fortune, all these wonderful things that come. Jupiter is the Sky Father. So the Sky Father is this runic spinning wheel that represents the chakra. And that chakra is really the potential of the forces of the universe around us that can bring us abundance. And the four creatures in the four sides of the world, which is essentially the Sphinx, is speaking to us. And this elemental language and knowledge comes to us through the principle of Jupiter, Zeus. So we then reach Libra, because Libra comes after Virgo, of course. And Libra is here as justice. We can see Libra wearing Mars's garb, and behind there is the Mars. So Libra has a lot to do with controlling passions and desires. The desires and passions of Mars can be controlled by Libra. Libra sits on the furthest side of the zodiac. So when we look at Aries alignment with Libra, we can see that there is no accident in Libra's positioning being the furthest out in the zodiac wheel. It's like a sort of proverbial fulcrum, which is the letter related to it, right? Lamet from Hebrew. Libra is also the center. It's very important. We'll get to that, I'm sure. Then we get the Hanged Man, which is the element of water. The Hanged Man represents sacrificing ourselves and just acceptance, sacrificed upon the T-cross. And so the element of time is able to manifest because of the vibratory resonance of water. And water's vibratory resonant field is brought into being because of Venus, Venus's potential. So Venus's potential has got once again the Fool here. Here we have once again the Fool. And the Fool has sacrificed themselves in order for us to be able to experience this time. And we can see as well on a fairly deep level, we've got the prana, the life force, which is that halo around the head. So because of this self-sacrifice of the element of water, for water holds the memory of the universe, we're able to access the memory of prana, the Akashic records, through the element of water. Then we have Scorpio, because Scorpio follows Libra. And Scorpio is obviously transformation and death. And here we can see the beautiful notion. We can see this Mars's feminine pole has a very close association with Saturn, which is another point that we will see. Hence, Saturn and Mars are both like related to rams and goats. Very, very close. Not by accident. Riding a white horse of purity and moving the power of Mercury, that transformative potential of change that must be like the wheel of time as it turns and crunches everything beneath its turnings. After that, we have, of course, Sagittarius, temperance. These temperance forces that tempers us to become more morally upright and better human beings, so that we can aspire towards the purity of Virgo, pure knowledge, and carry the flame of the angel in this journey as a light towards perfecting the powers of the magician, so that we can become the incarnate Fool and bring the Fool into our hearts. In other words, the Son of God be awoken within us. And so this temperance represents obviously another angelic form here. And this angelic form relates to the element of water. Hence, Jupiter has a powerful water resonance. Temperance, Sagittarius, carries this potential power that moves between this knowledge, which is related once again to the star, because these are the two cups the star is wielding. So here we see this interesting association here. And so the star obviously is Aquarius and temperance is Sagittarius. So there's this relation between Sagittarius and Aquarius that will likely come up. From Sagittarius, we go to Capricorn. Capricorn is the devil, is Saturn incarnate, is the potential towards mastery and perfection. Number 8, financial power. But to trap the lovers, to trap this potential and make it work for you in the world so that you can amass success, fame, money, all the great things in life, which are an important part of life because children need to eat. But at the same time, we can trap ourselves in it, as these two aspects of the lovers have become trapped in this. And obviously, Capricorn then moves towards Mars. Mars represents the tower. Mars is number 9. 9 is the great transformer, that transformative potential that churns everything back to the number 1. So in the Enneagram, we could look at number 9 as being the end of the journey and the beginning of the journey, in a sense. And so everything must be unmade by 9. So there's a powerful activism that comes into play. So we're looking at the powers of Uranus as it comes into our charts, and Pluto, and these big players that have this powerful resonance towards what we can see destroying the status quo, but towards a remodeling of things. And this is really what we look at with 9. 9 is that process of activism that breaks down the old structures so that the new structures can come into being. Then, of course, we have Aquarius, the star, and the information that is being channeled through Aquarius here is represented, the 7 points, the 7 pure reflections of the star, which once again is yellow, carrying the life force of prana, which we see in the first 3 cards, the Fool, the Magician, and Strength, and the Magician being the element of air, Strength being the element of Leo, as the Leo relates to the prana, and as Mercury, which is what the Magician represents, that potential to reach between the worlds and alchemically change things. That's Mercury's power, the communication agent. So we then move from the star, which is the sign of Aquarius, to the moon, which is the sign of Pisces. And we can see these dogs howling at the moon. And we can see the crab, the moon's potential. But this is Pisces. Pisces is not ruled by the moon, but has powerful associations with the moon and with Neptune. So Pisces is actually ruled by Jupiter. So here's the watery element of Jupiter that we were talking about before, which is maybe not so very obvious. The Wheel of Fortune represents Jupiter, and Sagittarius represents the temperance. So this is the fiery reflection of Jupiter's potential, and this is the watery reflections, that deep intuitive potential that goes into the dreams to understand the most sublime and abstract of things. This then takes us to the powers of the sun. And the powers of the sun, well, this is one of the few cards that is what it is. It represents the ego, represents the solar radiance, represents the number 1, represents, there's the Fool as a child. So that Fool and that child is really the same one riding the personal power, the horse. And there's that orange that's going to be the inside of his garment in the Fool, right? Up behind him. And the power of the sun is shining over this divine child. And this divine child is once again the Fool that journeys to be reflected as the hermit after being the hanged man, in order to show us the polarities of the lovers that are really the unity of the Fool. And after that, we've got Judgment. And Now, the last judgment, this is a very interesting card to look at, because here we've got like a religious notion coming in. We've got the red cross and the white. The red cross and the white has got to do with the four elements of energy that are coming into being and reflecting this powerful potential of resurrection. And the resurrection is really also a testimony to awakening, that we were living in a dream. So the dream time is really what we're talking about when we look at this judgment, and just exactly how this judgment reflects to us on a deep and fundamental level. And then we've got the world, and the world obviously represents where we start from, the starting point. And you could say that the four elements are in there, but it's the principle of crystallization. And so there's a Saturnian vibration attached to the world, as the world represents this crystallization of the four elements that is the substance of physical manifestation or life that we're living. So there's sort of like an idea of the major arcana for those of you who don't know, and the journey starts with the Fool faces personal judgment and goes up the snake. And so whenever we're looking at the tree of life and we're looking at the serpents, this is what we're looking at. I don't know if Indy's around. If you're not, I'll just carry on.
I am here.
So yeah, I've gone through like a basic crunch down of the elements. Is there something you wanted to add?
Yeah, I want to ask you. You mentioned that Libra is in the center. We're going to come back to that. So I wanted to come back to that and see what's going on with that. And I know that Libra is the furthest constellation out, and so it's in the background, seeing everybody else up in front of it. So Libra doesn't miss a beat. I know that much. Is that basically what you were getting at?
Okay, so there's Nauticron. And when we look at this Nauticron of the, we all are accustomed with Gematria. But within the Kabbalah, there are different ways of working with number. So Libra represents the midpoint of the Paleo-Hebrew, what became the Hebrew language, which is really the Phoenician language. So you've got, looking at these tarot trumps, you got the Aleph, the Fool, the Bet, the Magician, the Jimal, the Moon, the High Priestess, Dalet, the Doorway. I suppose saying the words. So the Aleph is an ox representing life force for the Fool. Bet is a house, this house of cards that we find ourselves in, the potentials, the magical power. Jimal is a camel that can cross the desert of the south, that aspect of which is hidden. Dalet is the doorway through which life can come into being. He is a window, the window that can allow perception in and out so that we can choose our actions carefully. So here, the Emperor, Aries, relates to this potential that the prana and the life force is able to move through the physical organism through the window. Then we've got Vav, which is a nail that attaches all things to other things, which represents the Hierophant and Taurus. Then we've got the sword, Zain, which is the Hebrew and the Paleo-Hebrew related to the lovers. And we've got Chet, which is the chariot, which represents an enclosure or a place where you can have things to happen. So we're talking about the substance of the astral planes, where the etheric plane can exist within. Then we've got Tet, which is a serpent, which you see in the form of Leo. If you draw a Leo glyph, it's really a serpent. Then we've got Yut. Yut is the very sacred of the letters, hence comes back to this situation here. Yut is like, think of it as a sperm seed of wisdom, enlightenment, life. And it also is like the finger that can point down, the finger from whence, like the direction that drives the universe. Think of it as the finger of the divine, the sperm, that which brings the new potential, the life into being. And the wheel of fortune obviously is Kaf, and Kaf is basically the open hand. And the open hand represents like the benefactor, what you can give, and what it's got to do with good luck. If you've got your hand open and stuff are going to fall in it, means you've got stuff, you're lucky. And if you're going to give stuff away and be a benefactor, that's the sphere of Jupiter. Jupiter is very much about being jovial and generous. And then we've got Libra. Now, Libra is in the middle. So in the way that Kaf represents the number 20, Libra represents the number 30, right? Water represents 40. So water is the element of the hanged man, which is Mime, which is 40. Libra is 30, which is Lamet. Now, Lamet is that ox goad. And that's the stick that you can drive the oxen with. Now, notice the Fool is represented by the ox, is the life force itself. So Libra is that counterlever, you could say, the lever that is able to produce leverage to move the life force. So hence, one of the first and most prominent names of the divine is Aleph Lamet, as it might be pronounced Al, or you could Allah. You could play with it in different ways because our true pronunciation has been lost. But it represents these two archetypes. And so the Lamet is really the beginning of the second phase. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Right? Hold on. 1, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yes, 11 on the Wheel of Fortune. And then the next 11 is these 4 and the 7 below. So if you split the Hebrew alphabet in 2 and go with 1111, which is 1111, that's 4 ones, it's a very profound sacred concept, then you are basically ending up with a vibrational resonance between Libra and the Fool, Libra and the element of air, and the Lamet and the Aleph, the ox and the ox goad. And then, of course, there's a connection between the element of water and self-sacrifice and the magician. And then there would be a connection between the high priestess and that transformative potential, right? So the moon and the transformative potential of Mars's feminine pole, as it brings into Scorpio's powerful transformative energies, and then a connection. And so as you keep going on, there's these connections that ride one to the other, right? Starting with 1 being connected to 30, 2 being connected to 40, 3 being connected to 50, 4 being connected to 60. That's the connection between Temperance, Sagittarius, and the Empress, Venus. So Venus and Sagittarius, because Venus represents all the good things in life. Sagittarius is the masculine reflection of the wheel of life, which is that benefactor, is the proverbial benefactor. And there's a lot of philosophy wrapped up in Sagittarius. And Sagittarius brings the joy of the Fool into being. And then, of course, there's a connection here between the Emperor and the devil, which is no mistake here. So the devil and Saturn as Capricorn and Aries, they're sharing a relationship, both of them being cardinal signs. They are in a state of opposition, right? And so the opposition represented by Aries and Capricorn creates for that powerful potential. And this is that Mars-Saturn thing. We've spoken about that. We've had shows about that. Then we could go into the Hierophant representing Taurus and Taurus's connection with the potential of Mars. As Taurus is that powerful transformative toric field, Mars is breaking open the toric field. Mars is the number 9 that crosses over the event horizon. to enter into that toric field. And then we've got the Gemini, and Gemini's relation with the star. And once again, there's this powerful implicit information and knowledge that is carried here, which is being reflected by the principle of communication of Libra. But at the center of this wheel is justice. At the center of this whole story is Libra. And Libra carries the vibration of the Fool. This is why you can actually superimpose these letters. So there, in this Notikran, you can actually, where you see an Aleph, you can change it with a Lamet. Right? Where you see a Bet, you can literally change it with a Maim. Where you see a Jimal, you can change it with a Nun. And you can play with the words and create other words out of this system of working with numbers, Gematria being the well-known one. This is one form of Notikran. Another form of Notikran associates Aleph, the Fool, with the world. And so now we're looking at the Alpha Omega consideration. And obviously Alpha representing Aleph, like it's in the word, and Omega, the world, the mega construct of this universe. And so then we would say that Bet relates to judgment. And then we would say that the high priestess relates to the sun. And when we do it in such a fashion, right, what do we end up with? We end up with a very interesting dynamic here where we see the Wheel of Fortune aligning with justice. And so this is quite an interesting potential here, because this Wheel of Fortune aligning with justice basically is a profound Sky Father relation, and that the wheel that is being turned of the zodiac is being turned by the fulcrum of Libra, the Lamet, that operates the life force. I hope that wasn't too abstract, brother.
No, that was great. I love it.
So what about serpents and the serpent path?
I feel like the serpents are all throughout this. We have the serpent. Is there a serpent in the magician card that stands out, right?
Yeah, we can see the serpent in the magician card worn around the waist as a belt.
Yes. And it looks like a serpent in the world. It looks like the Ouroboros.
Yeah.
Is that wheat? Is that supposed to be wheat?
I think it is.
Yeah.
Because it's relating to Saturn and the Green Man as the Reaper. But you're right about this. The serpent is hidden in there.
Yeah.
I've always thought it was a serpent. The first time I looked at that card, I saw serpent. I was like, that's not a snake, but I see a serpent. Why do I see a serpent? So I've always associated with a serpent. And so, that wisdom and knowledge of the serpent, I think it's quite fundamental.
Do you associate the serpent with the devil at all here?
That's an interesting one. You see,
It might be an association.
The devil itself doesn't really hold the serpent.
Right.
The devil is the embodiment of all of that lore. Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
All of that lore that the serpent can teach us, the devil represents that.
I noticed that he has the ram horns and the bat wings.
Yeah.
The bat has been a powerful shamanic messenger for me in my life. And I don't think the people have really touched on the implications of the shamanic meaning of the bat and the satanic imagery. But to me, the bat represents kind of having the faith to go through the darkness, then out being able to see ahead, but knowing that the path that will hold you, and the ability to listen. Listening is very important, and the bats are able to guide themselves by listening. And I feel like it's very important when you're listening, you're open to the world around you. And it requires humility to not have to speak and ask too many questions and overtalk. The ability to listen is powerful. They say silence is golden. And I think the bat kind of imbues that in the wisdom of the devil character, which is sometimes associated with the snake, which is also wise. It's interesting that the devil is associated with wisdom, even though he's been scapegoated as a demonic figure.
Yeah, that's quite funny, isn't it?
Yeah.
When you look at that, because like that goes back to the conditioning of the church and how they wanted to control our development. And they wanted us to be afraid of gnosis. Yeah. And to recognize that we have all the knowledge potential within our own hearts means that we don't need the priests. Means we don't need to give them our money. Right?
Exactly.
At the end of the day, this is what it's really about, a Saturnian cult that wants your money. So it's very interesting. Like when we look at the tree of life. Okay, so let's zone in on the tree of life. This is another relation to why Libra is important. So the fool's journey is the serpent's journey towards unity, right? And the lightning bolt are the powers and the principalities. So the lightning bolt represents the minor arcana, and the serpent represents the major arcana. These are the 22 paths that connect the 10 Sephirot. The lightning bolt represents the transmission of the 10 Sephirot in its 4 scales, right? So when we're looking at the 4 scales, then we're looking at the powers and the principalities of being. So then we've got this notion of, why we have 40, right? The number 40. And then we have 4 potential reflections in each suit, which carries over to all of these others. So you've got your Atzilut, your Bria, your Yetzirah, and your Ishia. You've got these 4 states of being. From a shamanic perspective, you've got the notion of the spiritual realm, the middle world of potential and change, and the underworld, the lower realm. And the shaman has to learn to traverse these 3 realms in order to be able to communicate with the guides. And so the tree of life represents the powers and the path, but the path is the major arcana. The major arcana hints at the powers, and the powers hint at the major arcana. This is why when you see people on the Enneagram trying to associate the 22 major arcana with the numerations, it's just flat out wrong. It shouldn't be done. It's misunderstanding of these sacred principles, because the 22 major arcana do not represent the Enneagram in terms of the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, as it becomes the 1 again in 10. No, the 22 major arcana represent the relationships between these 9 numerations, which becomes 10. The cycle of 1 again, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100, which then becomes 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 4,000. You see, and so these numerations keep going up in scale. It's how we have learned to calculate and count things. Then we keep getting told that this number 10 base number system was given to us by the Greeks, was given to us by the Romans. Do you know where the 10-base number system comes from, the decimal? It comes from ancient Egypt. So it was first written, I think, 3,600 years ago from a source which, according to the writer, had been more than 4,000 years old.
Yeah, it started off in
And,
Africa.
sorry?
It started in the Maghreb region in Western North Africa, then migrated towards Egypt. That 9-base number system that we have today, that is claimed by the Hindus and then by the Arabics, but it really did come from the Cometians first.
Yeah. It's basically it's I think it's the basis of all of our numbers in ancient times.
Yeah,
So we've got all this new age propaganda telling us that no, the number systems were 6-base number systems, and I don't know. Like there have been many different number systems, but this decimal system, which is the NAD, which is the 9 numbers becoming 10, it is the same thing. The same like when we talk about octave is really 7 notes becoming the 8th, right? Of the octave. It's the same concept, but it really goes back to, we've been using the decimal system for at least 4,000 years, like you say, probably a lot longer, right?
Yeah.
So it's not some new thing that was pushed on us by the church, the way I've seen a lot of people trying to push this. Like we've had some people saying like, no, this is what this is, and it's just some new thing. And it's really, I think we can become so lost in our own wanting to disprove everything in the new world. Does that make sense? That we want to throw the baby out of the bathwater. And because the new world, we're using this decimal system, well, it must be wrong, right? The 12 signs of the zodiac, it must be wrong. Everything must be wrong. It must be, because they've inverted so much, right? And they've changed so much and manipulated so much information. There's this tendency within us to want to throw the baby out of the bathwater. And I think that that's like a dangerous habit, because then we start needing to create opinions based on, well, this is all evil. This using the sun as a calendar is wrong. Well, the solar calendar was always used, but it was used for one thing, and the lunar calendar was used for something else. The lunar calendar was always used for religious dates and spiritual significance. The solar calendar was always used to calculate how much resources are we going to have? Are we going to get through the winter? Yeah.
The solar calendar is fairly
would you agree with that?
The lunar calendar. The lunar calendar has been practiced and followed for probably potentially over 100,000 years, but the sun calendar was only something that came around globally, like around at the same time around the world, around 3000 BC. The sun calendar was first kept, which is a bit strange. And some people that follow catastrophism, that think that the history of the stars is not as gradual as they say, have posited that potentially the Earth was knocked off axis more recently than we think. But it's a very strange situation. The Egyptians had a 360-day calendar at first, and they added another 5 days later. But for some reason, there was no sun calendar that was kept beyond 3000 BC. Potentially, it came along with agriculture. And so people were more aware of the seasons of the crops and the harvest season after agriculture, and that may be a connection.
I would say that from my research, I'd say what you're saying seems fundamentally true, but I would be very brave with the numbers I throw around. I might be shooting at the sky, but I would go as far as to say that, I mean, the lunar calendar is, like you say, is it just tracks very old. Yeah. It goes right back. I think maybe the solar calendar started after the flood. The Great Flood.
Yes.
Because to add on 6 days, it's quite a big deal, right? to the earth. And it must have been some severely chronic thing to happen. Like there must have been something that, like you say, collided with the earth, or a huge body of water that just hit the planet, and actually the momentum of the water was so much that it was able to move the planet, right?
Yeah.
Or create a difference of personal density. How's that for an idea? Whichever model we go with, concave, round Earth, a change of density is going to be a change of all of these principles, and an increase of water in the Earth could be possibly what this is relation to. This 40 days of rain that covered the Earth, and according to the Sumerian records, covered all the mountains. There was nowhere. There was only the few peaks of the highest mountains where you could rest. And they keep speaking about how extremely hot this planet was. Right?
Yeah.
So maybe, after all the water landed, things got a lot cooler. And suddenly we started seeing changes. And people needed to start thinking ahead. Maybe we lived in a state of abundance. Right? Mm-hmm. Where things just grew all the time. And there was just food. Never was a thought of running out of food. And suddenly the harsh climates were like, no. Winter's coming, right? You need to plan ahead. You need a calendar that can organize your winter for you so that you've got enough grain in your silo. And maybe that was a post-apocalyptic era. It could even be, maybe there were such powerful nuclear wars on this planet, as described by the Irish and Celtic stories of wielding the sword and the spear, as is reflected in, Sodom and Gomorrah and the destruction of cities that we see in the Old Testament, as is mentioned in the Vedas, of these great and terrible powerful wars with huge weapons. That could there have been lots of nuclear reactions, big blasts that could have caused some kind of a rupture on the planet. There's stories about the planet rupturing, isn't there? And the waters from the inside coming out. So who knows exactly what it was, but whatever it was, I believe it was a catastrophe. And catastrophe actually relates to the stars. So probably relating to a star raining down on the earth and making a collision could maybe have something to do with the Great Flood.
That makes a lot of sense. Now, if there was no tilt on our axis, there would not be any seasons anywhere. It would just be the same all year round on each latitude. But I've looked into this, and apparently trees have had rings for millions of years, so it's likely that this did not recently happen. Although what you mentioned makes a lot of sense, where if there was a massive deluge and civilization was kind of wiped out for a long time, then they began to prepare in different ways and think about the future more and try to see the time scale of the progressions of the seasons and get that down on paper. It makes a lot of sense after that great catastrophe that people would start to pay more attention to things like that. And as I mentioned earlier, I think going from hunting and gathering to agriculture may have been a big part of it as well in that transition after the flood. All lines up. And Howard is saying that yellow is also the alchemical citrine between albedo and rubedo. Fascinating. I think you're on mute, Franklin. We can't hear you over here.
Sorry, you said the alchemical between
albedo and rubedo. Between white and red, the yellow.
Right. That's very, very interesting, because yellow is that sort of, if you think about it, the three primary colors, yellow seems to sit at the center. It's definitely the most vibrant color, right? The most energetic color that there is.
Yeah.
Like if you wear yellow, you're highly energized.
Yeah.
But welcome, dear Neil. I hope you're good. I hope you are happy and thriving and all the new people that have arrived. Big love, Neil Warren. A big love to everybody. Hope you guys are having it. Out tuition. Namaste. How are you doing? Hope you're good. And yeah, man, Lauren. Namaste, Lauren. I hope you're good. Hope you're having an absolutely fantastic weekend. And big love. We got the occult examiner here as well. And I hope I'm not missing people out. Hey, Zerilath Eternal. Big love. Big blessings, brother. I hope you're good. I hope you're well. Hope you're all thriving. Yeah, I do think that, this is very interesting when we look at this. And namaste, Linda. You're not convinced of a flood? Well, fair enough. I do think, though, that where there's smoke, there must be a fire. Because I think the flood is the most universal thing that we've got. Yeah?
Oh, yeah.
Like we can see evidence of it all around the world. And in every culture, there's a story of a flood. I mean, you've done a lot of research into this as well, have you not, Indy?
I have.
Pretty much universal, isn't it?
Yeah, they not only do people have stories about it, they know the telltale signs of when the flood's coming. So the rest of the world didn't really know about this kind of thing, but after the tsunami in Thailand happened over a decade ago, they started to realize that a lot of people in Polynesia and Malaysia and the islands out there live out in the sea most of the time in their boats, and they live out amongst the reefs and things out there. And they know that when the tide recedes, that it's time to get uphill and go inland. And the animals seem to already know all this stuff. They just intuitively know to just run when that tide goes down. But humans get a little confused. Like we saw a lot of these tourists in Thailand, like, oh, look, it's getting to be low tide. Let's go see what's going on. And just wander down into the sand and didn't really see what was going on there. But a lot of the indigenous people in that area are well aware of what goes on when there's a flood coming and a tsunami coming. So there's things like that show that people have ancestral trauma that's alive and well still to this day. They remember and tell the stories. And it's in all the cultures of the world. We see Randall Carlson is really good at pulling up geological aspects that show water in places on land that's not supposed to be, where there's ripple effects of waves that's gone over places that doesn't really see water. So there was a massive flood, and it was global. It was in all of the coastal regions of the world. Also, we see that like things like the Outer Banks of North Carolina in the Great Lakes may have been resulted as a consequence of things being hurled up from the impact and then crashing back down and further in a different place. It was a very, very massive impact that happened around 9,600 BCE to start the Younger Dryas event.
Yeah. Namaste, Socrates. I hope you're good. I hope you're well. And, Linda, I take your point. Who knows? What I was meaning, though, was as well, there seems to be a lot of evidence in the Americas that there was a lot of water. And Salt Lake, for example. There are pyramids underneath Salt Lake, right?
There are.
This is what people have been discovering. And that Salt Lake seems to be a residue of the ocean. Now, Linda, if you go up into the Indus Valley, this might be mind-blowing, by the way. When I first climbed up there, and we're talking about being 4,000 meters high, right? So it's about 12,000 feet. And you go up to 4,500 meters, and which is about, 12, 13,500 feet. Namaste, SOA. I hope you're good. Okay. The first thing you notice is that you're standing on a seabed. Now, they want us to believe that the earth has pushed the seabed up into the air. The thing is, though, those fossils are not that old. Right? The seabed doesn't get pushed up to 4,500 meters, 12, 13,000 feet high, if it was underneath the sea, right? Where it's probably like thousands of feet under the water, possibly. It doesn't get pushed up that high in just a mere 10,000 years, right?
Mm.
And anything that takes that long to happen, there wouldn't be any evidence of the fossils left. About
Exactly.
the kind of scale of time that we're talking about, the potential movement of land vertically, we're talking like small amount over 10,000 years. We're talking about hundreds of thousands of years of movement to push the Himalayas up, if what they say is true. But we're seeing fossils that don't reflect that age. And when you go up there, it's mind-blowing. Because you're walking on the ground and you go like, there's salt everywhere. First clue, like Salt Lake, right? There's salt everywhere. Big chunks of black Himalayan salt. Black salt. Why is the Himalayan salt black? Because there was so much ocean water up there that it got separated from the sea. And slowly it evaporated, slowly it evaporated, slowly it evaporated, and it became like the Dead Sea. And then it became more salty, and it left huge salt deposits all across the Indus Valley up in the Himalayas. And then, of course, what else you see is all of these fossils of sea creatures, under the sea creatures, littered across the floor, everywhere you go. So, to me, that's like, wow. I stood there, like with my hands on the ground, just feeling like almost dizzy at the notion that I'm standing on what used to be a seabed, because it's evidential that you cannot doubt. If you go there, you'll see what I mean. So that begs the question of, could the oceans have risen up that high? That we're talking about flooding 4,000 meters high, 4,500 meters high. That's what's being described in Sumerian flood stories. That's what's being described in all of these different stories. And it's not just one story. It goes back to Sumeria. In the Sumerian cuneiform, we see the same story in ancient Egypt. We see the same story told by the Greeks. We see the same story told by pretty much the whole of the world. There's these stories here in Africa of great floods. There's story in Americas of the great floods. In the South Americas, there's stories of great floods that have come. In fact, it looks like the Incan civilization may have been wiped out by a great flood. This is what the archaeologists are seeming to say. So there does seem to be quite a lot of circumstantial evidence to suggest that there might well have been a flood. Well, we can't say that there definitely was because, well, we just can't. But, you know, I think as well, this adding on of the days in the Egyptian calendar, it's evidence that something big happened, right? Something big happened on the earth. And big enough to add 4.25 days to our year. Yeah, Neil, the Fool is all of the characters. They're all the Fool. The Fool is all 21 of the forms as reflected here. And it's interesting you point out there, you know, the Fool's journey, which has often been called the hero's journey. The only reason I haven't really called it the hero's journey is because I'm trying to sort of bring the focus back to the Fool. But you're absolutely right. You know, the Emperor is number 9 on the Enneagram, Mars, right? Aries. And we can see how Aries then becomes that. What does an emperor do? Right? An emperor is, well, a humanitarian. An emperor sacrifices through the hanged man. You see that the pants are red. Sacrifices all personal desires for myself and does what is best for the group, because I've got to run an entire empire. I can't be stuck on what I like. I've got to do what's best for everybody else. So there's a very powerful impersonal relation being reflected by the emperor. Obviously, the number 9 is the number of Mars, right? And the number 9 reflects humanitarianism, which is the activist, which Aries represents the head and represents the beginning and focus of the activity of Mars. And Mars is that powerful force of change. So the alchemical potentials of the magician, right? The magician is really where the emperor ends up. And the magician ends up wearing the emperor's garment in such a way, but having embraced the Ouroboros. So the hero's journey becomes the sage's journey, becomes the journey of the magas, of the wise ones. And the emperor is also, if we look at it, an embodiment of the charioteer. But the charioteer is more about delving into the inner reality, so that we can communicate the forces of design, the design forces of the Hierophant, which represents that powerful toric field. And we can see that the Hermit is this journey whereby you can discover the strength that it takes in order to be able to embrace the inner journey of the Merkaba, of the astral planes, in order to become the associative mouthpiece of Mercury in its active trance, of Gemini, where the mountain in the background that the Fool stands upon, as the Fool is the embodiment of these two forces. So the devil is also the Fool, because these two principles are acting as independent participles. Within the Fool, the androgyny has been achieved. This we can see in the Lovers, reflecting this idea as well. So the Lovers and the devil hold this very special relationship. And we see this reflected in the Moon as well, with the animals that are, Pisces, the fishes that swim in opposite directions, being bound by the lunar potential, which is actually Chariot, Cancer, the sign of Cancer's real embodiment, the Moon. It's the only sign associated with the Moon, truly. So, you're totally right, what you say, Neil, about this presence. And getting back to something that you were saying earlier about the bat. Yeah? Let's get the bat onto the ball. The saying goes. Bats are deaf. Bats are blind. So they travel on their ears. So they are like traveling in the sphere of vibration. And so the bat is able to hear by the virtue of sound. And so there's something quite powerful there being expressed about the spirit of the bat. Because the bat represents not being enticed by all of these visual reflections of the world. Sound is a more true medium. Would you say that's true? Indy? You're muted, by the way.
Sorry about that. Yeah, I would say so. I think sound is very self-evident, and although it can play tricks on your ears like echoes and things, I think people are wise to that and they're aware of what's going on there. And so sound is somewhat magical in that sense.
Yeah, I would say magical is a good way to describe sound. Because, colors, like colors can dazzle the eyes. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And light can create a mirage. Yeah.
Yeah.
Where something's not there, but it looks like it's there. But with sound, if it's there, it's there. You know, in a sense, it seems to be the most honest of all the senses. And so when we travel into the astral planes, we travel on our ears. Word to the wise. When we travel into the astral, we travel on our ears. I think there's something quite powerful about meditate on the sound of creation. Because when we absolutely, when we listen to silence, we hear what's hidden in silence, don't we?
We do.
And silence is quite loud.
Yeah.
How's that for an oxymoron?
I like that. Yeah, the
loudness of silence.
The bat has the ability to thrive in the darkness by trusting intuition and inner vision and inner wisdom. So they're able to, by listening, guide themselves through the world around them in darkness and total comfort and with grace. And they don't move slow, they move very fast. So their abilities are more pronounced than we can imagine.
You know, I remember being amazed because we used to have a lot of bats. They used to come over the fields where I used to live at a certain point when I was younger. And there was a guy who was on the farm near where I lived, and we were like buddies. He was like 3 or 4 years older than me, whatever, something like that. I must have been about 8, 9. And he was showing me one night with the pellet gun. He said, come and look at this. And he pointed the pellet gun towards the sky to shoot the bats. And I was like, no, dude. He said, no, don't worry, watch this. And he shot the pellet gun. And the bats were not high above our heads. They were like low. And they would just instantly open up and make a hole to allow the pellet to go through. Never ever was a bat touched. And he said, you can't shoot a bat with a pellet gun, dude.
Wow.
You would never see a bird be able to do that.
No.
Just these creatures are so incredibly fine-tuned. Is it a wonder that dolphins and whales use this form of sonar?
Also wise creatures.
Is it a wonder? I don't think so. You know, I think sound frequencies are probably there's so much we can do with sound. There's a lot we can do with light, lasers and such, but sound, I think sound has the potential to retune the vibrational fields of matter. Namaste, Mike Shem.
It almost seems like humans have diminished ability to smell and hear because we may have aquatic ancestry, and our olfactory sense is very diminished, our ability to smell, which is very common amongst other aquatic mammals. So there's something mysterious there that might lead to mysterious origins of our species.
Yeah. So it's just a very interesting concept. I'm very audio. It's like me. Nobody understood why I've always hated helmets on motorbikes. When I got to India, I was like, what, you don't have to wear a helmet? I was like, oh, finally. Because I could never get a helmet where I could hear properly. And you're so safe if you're riding and you can hear the traffic, right? Mm-hmm. You can hear the purring of every motor and where it is. You can literally tell where these things are behind you with your ears. And when you're driving a car, you're like in a bubble. Yeah. Unless you got your windows open. Even with your windows open, it's hard to hear properly because you don't have that directional focus. Ori, no. My cheeky dog wanting to jump onto my couch. He's got his own couch over there. What a cheeky dog. So yeah, I think there's something powerful about the spirit of the bat, and if we go into a more shamanic sort of deep dive into the spirit of the bat, I would say that it represents the superpowers, the siddhi. So the spirit of the bat represents being able to extract the powers of vibration. What are your thoughts associated with the spirit of the bat, brother?
Yeah, I think the bat's also associated with transition or rebirth. It's got a lot of power. The bat's able to live in the darkness at night and sleep upside down, hanging from the trees. So it's been able to move so far away from a lot of what we see in the mammal kingdom, or the mammal family. It's really been able to make leaps and bounds to be able to have its own little world. It's also a symbol of renewal and rebirth in the sense that we face the darkness and we find the light seen in rebirth. You must face your fears. So the bat shows us that even though we may be apprehensive about going into the darkness, which can mean a lot of things, like going into the darkness within, to speak to the inner voice in the deep silence, going into the darkness of learning, going on the fool's journey, and bringing challenges upon yourself by going into the unknown. So I think there's a lot involved in the shamanic meaning of the bat, being able to live in the dark and thrive there. And the aspect of renewal is a sense that the bat's mostly blind, but it's able to stand up and continue on, and it doesn't give up. So it's able to thrive after being persistent about rebirthing itself.
Yeah, that's quite incredible. And when we look at the concept of like Plato's cave, right?
Yeah.
Like what lives in a cave, you know?
That's
The very idea of what a cave represents. A cave represents a journey into the underworld as a metaphor, as a sign. And so the bats are important for this connection with the underworld. And so the etheric field is structured by cymatic vibrational fields, acoustic fields that structure molecules and atoms. And so in order for the sphere of matter to be what it is, so we could then look at how the bat is an intermediary of the astral field, reflecting in the etheric this potential of human beings to use sound to transcend the physical form. So I would say the bat is a very powerful messenger of the underworld in a similar way that the crow is. But what the bat brings is not a message of worldly knowledge, but it's more like a message of superpower potential that human beings have. And so we see that the devil card, representing that being related to Capricorn, which is like really reminiscent of the occult powers that humanity has. And so when we look at occult powers, we're really looking at the concept of the bat. I think there's a very powerful association there with magical potential.
Yeah, and I think a lot like the snake has been demonized in the West, the bat has probably been demonized in the West for its association with being able to go into the darkness with the light within, the association with the cave, which is a place of initiation and rites. And in China, the bat is considered to be a fortunate thing. The word bat actually sounds like the word fortune in Chinese, so the bat has a positive connotation. But in the West, it's associated with dark, evil things, hell, Halloween, witches, and such. So you have to wonder about that.
Yeah, I mean, there's some interesting stuff you guys are saying. You know, the differences between fruit bats and vampire bats, and the life force, little stealers. I think that relates us to the underworld as well on another level. You know, you can gain great power from association and connection with the underworld, but you can also gain vampires. You know,
Yeah.
disembodied beings that want to come and feed on your life force. They're both available there. So it sort of represents that powerful polarity which we see in the card of the devil, right? That powerful polarity that represents harnessing these two potentials. And so it's relates to life and death in a sense. I think there's bats are hyper occult. And like what's hidden in Plato's cave, well, what's hidden in there is the bats, the secret knowledge of sound. And the secret knowledge of sound is really the vibrational field of consciousness, the Om. So I think there's a lot there to unpack when we look at the bat.
I think there's also a power of silence imbued by the bat, in the sense that the bat has to be silent to hear and listen and quiet. Which is something they don't want us to do, is go into that silence and speak to the inner voice in the deep silence.
Completely. And that's sort of what the hermit is doing, right? So the hermit has transmuted the forces of the devil. Yeah. And they have come to a point of, the hermit represents silence in a sense. You know, in a hermitage where silence is really what you're embracing. Because when you're on your own, who are you going to talk to? Do you know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
start cranking out conversation with someone and you're going to lose your mind.
Speech is silver. Silence is golden.
Yeah. But getting back to this fool's journey again as well, to look at it and really like break it down. You can see that even though the major arcana are not what the numerations are about, the major arcana, you could see them as being split in two by Libra. So you could say that what follows on left is 10 numbers, numerations. And then there is the Libra, and then what follows that is 10. So this is why you've got 10 cards after Libra and 10 cards before Libra. And so you could say that the first 10 cards of the Serpent's journey of ascent, and just to be clear, when we're talking about the Serpent's journey of ascent, we're talking about the major arcana, talking about the 22 paths that connect these 10 Sephirot. And the 10th Sephirot, as you can see, is a combination of this one, this one, this one, and this one into the central one to reflect this here. So it's really an amalgamation of these Sephirot into a single unification, which 9 brings into being. So that way we could see that this is the enneagram, These are the innates, and this is the 22 major arcana, which is why you shouldn't try to put the major arcana onto the enneagram numerations, even though they will carry certain of these vibrations. One can become jaded by the association with it and start to think of it in fixed terms, when actually it's a serpent, it's in a state of movement. So when we look at this serpent then being reflected in this journey, this heroic journey of the fool, we see in the center this Libra separates us. So then you could say that the hanged man, right, is really, if you look at it,
I don't know if my
and
yours, but you're starting to buzz out a little bit there for a minute, but I think you're back.
am I okay now?
It's getting a little glitchy on the
Well,
audio.
let me change my internet connection and see if that helps. I'll be back in a second, brother.
It seems like it's all right now. It's tough enough. But the two combinations of 10, to me, before justice and after justice in the major arcana, to me, somewhat imply like that there's two different cycles of Sephirothic labyrinths, maybe one below and one above. And it kind of, to me, could be up in the air as to whether the well-known Sephirothic labyrinth is first, where you descend down from the heaven to earth. But then I don't know if the other labyrinth would be from earth up back to heaven. But there's somewhat of a dark symbolism in the snake association with the second Sephirothic labyrinth that kind of associates somewhat of an underworld and rising back up from the underworld. I don't know if that's really imbued in there. I'm just kind of making observations.
Yeah, brother, am I back? Am I good?
Yeah, you're good.
Yeah, I think that that's an interesting point that you point out there. This is why there are two serpents on Caduceus' wand. Yeah?
Right.
Representing that the serpent moves from matter towards spirit, but that has a lightning wand effect. So, like, lightning has to strike from 2 points, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the relationship between those 2 points is what we experience as lightning. But it's really a relationship between two things.
Yeah.
And we see
what
what seems to be...
Positive ion.
What was that, brother?
The negative ions in the upper atmosphere are seeking a positive ion to charge with the on the ground below. And they connect.
Yeah, exactly. Does it start in the ionosphere? Does it start in the earth? I think it is that relationship between the earth and the ionosphere that we're observing.
Mm-hmm.
And so when we look at the fool, this is why the fool doesn't sit at the beginning or at the end, but can sit both at the beginning and the end. This is why your typical playing cards have got two fools in them, right? Yeah? Two jokers. A joker is a fool.
Yeah.
Why are there two jokers? One at the beginning and one at the end. So the two jokers in your playing pack represents the major arcana. Represents the Ida and the Pingala. The rising and falling forces. That's why there has to be two of them. That's why they put two of them in the playing.
I was looking at the Hebrew alphabet, and they seems to have two letter or bet. There's a bet, and then there's like a get or something. Are you familiar with that at all?
Yeah, the bet is the magician, means house, and the chet is the chariot, and it represents like an enclosure. So like it's a place where you can keep your livestock.
Is that the same letter, but like a different version of it, or is it a different letter?
Two different
Wow. You spell
words.
the chariot letter. Chet,
Well,
K-H.
it's transliterated into English as ch, ch, but it's sort of pronounced as ch, chet.
Yeah.
Like you're cleaning your throat, and you're about to you're about to do something really disgusting, like that you shouldn't do in public. And so yeah, it's like that kind of a chet, and but
Do they,
it's ch.
do they
It's the
look
same.
similar?
It's the same. Sorry.
Do those two letters look similar to each other at all?
Yes, they do. They look very similar. The
Okay.
window and the enclosure. Let me find them. But het letter. Let's hope Google will play along. So there is the letter het. Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
here is the letter he. And it's not by accident. So there's he. It's not by accident that they look similar. You see, het represents the chariot that you can traverse into the unknown, into the astral plane with. And he represents the power and the potential of Aries, of physical form coming into being. So that radiance of the body starting to take form in the wheel of the zodiac, that is represented by hair, which is a window. So a window and an enclosure are quite similar. Yeah?
Yeah.
Because the ultimate enclosure is a house. So when we look at the ultimate enclosure, then we're looking at this idea.
Now maybe this could
That's
bring
like
some
the
what I'm saying. They're saying that there's a bet and then there's vet. And vet is like bet, but it doesn't have the dot in the middle, but it's the same symbol as
Yeah, but this is all nonsense.
yeah.
All of
They-
that dots came about as a result of Hitler. It's modern.
Yeah,
Before the 60s, there was no such thing as a dot.
got you.
But you're right. The letter B can be pronounced as a V. The same way that the letter G of Gimal can be pronounced as a J. Gimal or Gimal. See?
Yeah.
The same way that the letter R is a R or a R. They're the same letter. And so you see these planetary letters having these dual pronunciations attached to them. Like, this is why still to this day, a C can be pronounced in two different ways. Right? Like a cat or a silente. Because of this association with the letter of the wheel having two different forms of pronunciation. So all of the planetary associative letters. Now, when we look at that, we're looking at, let's go and take a look at this.
Like they have a similar thing with pay and fay.
Yeah, and f and
Yeah.
p.
Yeah.
So, but and p is the same letter. The one is feminine, the one is masculine. So if we look here, we can go.
They also split shin and sin.
Yes.
Interestingly, like they have different ways of writing the different pronunciations. I guess now. Strange.
Well, this is what happened was all the all the Jewish people got together in Israel and they were all speaking different languages.
Yeah.
And so they all were using different vowels,
Uh-huh.
and there was a big mix, a big mashup. So
Yeah. That was
what's
about
this
200.
guy's name? Is it Simeon Ben Enli? I think he was at the front of this charge towards like reforming the Hebrew language. And that point, the more popular, well, no, the richest families got to dictate. Essentially, that's how things work on earth, right? The richest families get to dictate things generally. Got to dictate what form of Hebrew would become the standardized form of Hebrew. But before then, there were different vowels. So when you hear the word hot, there were other forms of Hebrew that said het instead of hot. Head, head, right? So why does English say head and not hod? Right? Head. So the vowels were never supposed to be ever written down. It's actually sacrilegious to write down the vowels from a Kabbalistic perspective, because the vowels are the life of the language. And so that creative potential and power is bound in the vowels. So for that purpose, the vowels were always to be, by changing the vowel of a word, you change the inflection of the meaning of that word subtly and the way that that word interacts. So there would have been different versions of the same word with different vowels, which would have slightly different inflections. Like, let me give you an example. Are you ready for it? Maim or mom. Do you know the word mom?
Yeah.
Right. Does mom represent the womb? The divine womb of water from whence we've all arisen into this life?
Oh, yeah.
We come through mom's water, right?
Mm-hmm.
You see how the word mom and maim? Change that vowel. You're still talking about the same thing. You're just talking about a different inflection of that thing. So this language, you see, what it is that the modern Hebrew tries to divorce itself from the Aramic, tries to divorce itself from Paleo-Hebrew, tries to divorce itself from Phoenician. But really, Phoenician is the same language. It's just that it's become more, they've limited it now. They've taken it and limited it more and more and more. And I think it's part of this, we see in English that they're trying to take our English away from us and dumb us down, right? I think they're trying to dumb down Hebrew in the same way that they're trying to dumb down English, in the same way that they're trying to dumb down other languages. And this has obviously got to do with these rich, powerful families that created Israel, right? Which was obviously orchestrated by very powerful people that had a different agenda towards global geopolitics, right? I don't think that Israel was created by the rich people of the world because they wanted to make a nice place for Jewish people to live. I think they created it because they wanted to have an American stronghold in the Middle East. Would that be a fair assertion, do you think?
I think so. I feel like America is really just a colony of Britain. It's a secret colony of Britain. It's the military strong arm of the establishment. And so in a lot of ways, Jerusalem and America are kind of, they're part of the bigger empire that's financially in London, but militarily, I think like there's a combination of the Vatican and the Austrian, and then there's the Russian military. I feel like the militaries are not really united in Europe, but the American military is representative of the Western forces. And then the Eastern forces are pitted against us. But I think America in itself doesn't really have sovereignty. We're not allowed to use titles of royalty here, which was part of the 13th Amendment that was ratified. So it's very confusing, but most countries have a prime minister, but America has states instead of provinces, which is very strange. And that's basically based off of the Confederacy of the Chiefs. that we learned from the Native Americans, how the tribes can be united by the Confederacy. And so made a model of that by creating the states. But really, America has always had presidents that fall under the 16 bloodlines of the British monarchy. Any of the ones that did not were either assassinated or impeached. Except for Trump, he was the first one that survived the impeachment and assassination.
But we know who Trump is.
Yeah,
Right.
It said in the Zeitgeist addendum that he is going to be the host of the Spirit of Osiris. He's going to be reborn in the Rotunda after being assassinated this year.
Do you know the first time that I think we got introduced to Trump on television in a big way?
Yeah.
Home Alone 2.
When
was Home Alone 2? Can you remember?
Wall Street Mogul. Yeah, that was like the mid-90s, maybe early to mid-90s. Maybe it was later. I don't know, somewhere in the 90s.
$1992.
Yeah.
So in 1992, that little boy once again gets separated from his family, Home Alone 2, right? And he ends up in New York.
Oh, God.
And he ends up going to, is it the Carlton Hotel?
Carlton.
One of those fancy hotels. I think it's a Carlton Hotel.
Mhm.
And when he arrives at the hotel, he's told by the staff of the hotel that the next president-elect, I think it's the president-elect or the vice president, something like that. He is, he's going to be in this hotel and you might meet him. And then that little boy has a conversation with Donald Trump. And I think he's going to be the next president. That's what they're sort of hinting at. So in 1992, they were preparing us for the fact that Donald Trump will one day be
Yeah,
president.
they showed him on a talk show where he said he was going to be the president one day and that he's not a Republican, but he'll run as one because they're easy to fool. And so it's kind of ridiculous, the things that he has said. And they've played it back in recent times and people still just don't bat an eye. They just go along.
So yeah, it's quite interesting that, you know, like you say, and of course, Trump has to bend the knee to the Queen. Everybody has to bend the knee to the Queen.
Yeah.
Like, what is that about? Like, how can Americans be satisfied with their president going into a posture of subservience towards a monarch from a different country? Right?
Yeah.
All of the political heads in England have to bend a knee to the Queen because she's actually in charge.
Do they have the
But
war
then the American president also has to go and do it. Hello?
But he's a direct servant of the British monarchy. We're really not a full-fledged nation here because we don't have a prime minister. And there were additions to the doctrines of our sovereignty that said after the War of 1802 was lost, that said that we can no longer use titles of royalty. And then that 13th Amendment was taken out and hidden. So it's not really written in our laws anymore, but it used to be. But historically, it's known that we were colonized again by Britain in 1802 after declaring sovereignty in 1776.
Yeah. So I think like it's very interesting. We're looking at this journey. I think this journey, the hero's journey, is really it's an evolving set of revolving doors. And as we evolve, we're continually in this dance of interplay with prana, life force, Aleph, the fool. And this prana life force is working through 3 scales of 7 and 2 scales of 10. 10 digits on your hand and 10 digits on your toes. And so you could look at this this journey. Okay, so we can go through this journey quickly. So there we are living in the world, the final tarot trump, the world. And we're learning how to master the world, how to be successful with finances and how to be successful with generating resources and all the things that we need. And then what happens is it comes to a point where we then realize that there's something more. And that's the judgment. That's the final judgment that comes to play. And that judgment then is pushing us towards recognizing that there's more going on here, right? That's the element of fire. So we get touched by the divine fire, which causes us to start questioning our reality. So this is the journey. This questioning of the reality causes us to start to look at things through new eyes, the sun, the new eyes of a child. And with the new eyes of a child, the sun, we start to recognize and realize how jaded we were. And we start realizing that things were not as simple as left and right, yes and no, black and white. We notice that this moon is dancing, and there we can see all of those little yachts of the hermit's wisdom falling from the moon. And so we start to emerge from the proverbial waters of life, of ignorance, to get a solid footing. And that solid footing takes us to a place where we start to discover that within us there is a fundamental stream of knowledge and of knowing. And that inner fundamental stream of knowing and knowledge, represented by the star, then becomes a powerful emblem of hope. And that hope gives us a sense of faith so that we can head towards our own, the tower. And when we head towards our own tower, it's like we bring who we think we were crashing down around our heads in order to reveal what's within. And so that powerful Mars power to become the sacrificial lamb is what's represented here by the tower along this journey. That then takes us to a point of discovering knowledge of how the world works, of the polarities in existence in the card of the devil, and how the structure of the world is being manipulated around us and within us, and how we tend to exercise getting our desires of Mars, the tower, through the devil, which means we gain a certain sense of power. Our minds become awoken. This is the seventh rung of climbing. And this awakening of this element of our mental body gives us that Saturnial power of Capricorn, which is the ability to equate, and to be able to understand the structure of the universe, the way things are, and time, the forces of time. And this then becomes a source of great challenge for us, that we then must be tempered. Because now we've learned how to use our personal power to get what we want. We have to face this challenge. And if we can overcome this, which is by holding those two aspects of ourselves in check, then we're able to pass through into the temperance, into the zone where we will be tempered by our desires, because we're not just merely acting them out. We're not just acting out our desires because we're aware of the tower. What happens when you act out your desires? You get stuck and it ends up catching up with you. So this temperance then produces a strength. So there's a temperance got a connection with the strength card. And this powerful potential then leads us towards Scorpio, death card of transformation, where we start to recognize that part of us is being born and part of us is dying, that within our personality we aren't who we think we are, that we are really a powerful transformation in progress. And this causes us to recognize that there's something much more. So we want to become the sacrificial lamb, and we start to actively pursue sacrificing ourselves. And that's when we really move towards a spiritual awakening of sorts, which is represented by justice, that balance and the harmony. However, I want you to recognize that all of these 10 steps leading up to justice are active steps. These are active steps that are taken. Now we reach justice, where we start to focus on harmony. And in harmony, we then become the embodiment of the Wheel of Fortune. This is not an active process, it's a passive process. In a sense, it's an inner process. More than the others are outer processes, in a sense. Even though they're inner processes relating to the outer. Now we're going into the deep dive of our inner unconscious. And we're starting to look at the forces of creation as the jovial expression of what we can consider as mercy or love. And this brings about that aloofness within. And a certain sense of aloofness causes one to listen more closely to the inner. And as we become more attuned with our inner potential, we then become an embodiment of strength. And the embodiment of strength, as you can see, is related to the sun, in the same way that the hermit is related to the good judgment. In the same way that the Wheel of Fortune is related to the world. So you can see that the world is an active process that relies upon the Wheel of Fortune. We can see the good judgment is an active process that relies upon the wisdom of the hermit. We can see the sun is that movement towards thinking for oneself and being who I am. But that comes from an inner strength of the sun. And moving through this Wheel of Fortune to the hermit brings about that conceptual understanding of knowledge. And as we start to recognize, there is this beginning of an awakening. Hence, the light is being carried. And this awakening that is taking us towards the strength, which is authenticity, integrity, and a well-developed ego, starts to get a sense of who am I. And once we get that sense of strength of who am I, we are ready to now delve into the deepest aspects of the unconscious. And that strength as a quality is then transformed as it becomes the quality of the chariot. And this is the quality of the potential to morph between the worlds, to gain the understanding, the insight, and the intelligence from the spiritual kingdoms of the astral and the etheric as well, to bring through into the physical. Once again, not an active process, but more of a passive process, as are all of the 10 cards that follow after justice. Think of it as yang and yin. This process of gaining mastery over the worlds, the 3 worlds of the shaman, brings us to a state of profound polarity, which is great power that starts to become revealed. And this power is all about the communication of Mercury, which is that alchemical agent that can connect the divine planes and the physical plane into a state of harmony. But yet there is a state of separation. But the information is being shared with us. We are being communicated with. There's a process of communication that's happening, and we become that process of communication. Once again, more passive than active, though there is a relationship with the more active principles. This then leads us to really dismantle all the parts of ourselves that we think we are, and we start to recognize these fundamental forces that are both the fundamental forces of conditioning that have given our personality a place to arise from, and the fundamental forces in creation, Taurus, the toric field, from whence the matter arises, the matter of matter. And by embracing this principle of the toric field, which the chariot has opened us up to, and the polarity of the potential of lovers gives us the strength that we are now able to embrace this part of ourselves, we then become reborn in the emperor. And in this emperor state of mind, we are now in a state of personal power and embracing the completeness, embracing the aspect of what it means to be complete. And in this embracing of the aspect of being complete, it opens us up to the Empress, the forces of life, and Venus. She is the gateway to the mysteries. Now the true mysteries of being are being revealed on the most fundamental and spiritual levels. And she, as the mistress and as the Lucifer, brings about the awakening, brings the light to consciousness so that one is able to perceive the mystical, deep mystical currents of being. And this then causes us to become attuned with that which is in us, which is initiation. And this great initiation, which is becoming who we are, right? Not doing, but being, we become this initiate who stands before the high priestess, being initiated into the highest knowledge of the sacred and the mundane. And this awakens within us that quality of the magician, the magus, of true wisdom and of true power, that we're able to maintain the infinite above our heads while holding the serpent around our waist, the Ouroboros, the zodiac, keeping it all in check. And all of the tools before us, we're able to alchemically manipulate the universe because we have discovered the true source of spiritual power within ourselves. And this then turns us into the Fool. And the Fool then completes the cycle for us, because then we realize that we are the divine child within ourselves, which takes us right back again to the world. And now we need to permute again. And each permutation of this journey of the Fool takes us to a higher octave of being. And I don't know whether there's ever an end to it. But so this is like the Fool's journey, and it's a cyclic journey. And it's a cyclic journey like the heavens and like the turning of the wheels. What are your thoughts, brother?
I think that was well laid out. I could see this whole chart as a laydown of the stages of development from the beginning of life up into the wisdom of becoming an elder. And in that sense, I see that like the world would be the beginning when one is conceived and born into the world and is given a body. The judgment I see as, when a child is crying out for the mother, there's somewhat of a programming there where the child develops an understanding for whether they're worthwhile or not, whether they're worth paying attention to, but how much they have to cry to get attention. And so in a sense, they feel judged when they're ignored as babies, and that follows into further stages of development. And then the sun, moon, and stars are learning in the sense of being taught, whereas the world and the devil are learning in the sense of going out on your impulses and your maybe impetuously into the world, trying to satiate your desires naively, and then having to reform yourself to be able to do things without being judged, do things that are going to subsist. And so without doing that, you can be taken down by the tower or the devil. But when you learn from your mistakes, you develop temperance. You move up to the next level. And the death to me could represent ego death in the sense of, I wanted to like be the ruler of the world, but now I've realized I have a place and a purpose here, and I can understand where I'm at. The hangman being, I'm going to now have to make sacrifices to be able to fulfill the social contract here. I can't just be the king of the world as I had hoped to be. And then justice, the middle point, being the place where maturity then begins and starts to rise up into service of others and knowledge of self through the next sequences.
Yeah, exactly. That's the beautiful thing about these symbols. They carry so much.
Yeah.
And we've just touched the surface. There's like each of our perceptions of it is just like a cover of a book, and each of those opens another page. And so this is what I think makes the Fool's Journey so beautifully catalogued in the Tarot, is that we can relate to it on personal levels, interpersonal levels. We can relate the world to it, right? Like, okay, let's do this, shall we? What's going on in the world right now? You guys that are American, what do you think about the congressional hearing that's been happening this week? I think it was this week. Am I right?
I don't follow the politics and the news media. What's it about?
Basically, a lot of evidence is going to be revealed to the people by Congress.
Oh, about the COVID.
Oh, yes.
That's big time.
So up until now, a lot of that evidence hasn't been allowed into the public domain, but Congress is pushing. There are forces within Congress that are pushing for that information to be revealed, so that we can see for ourselves whether or not there was a cover-up.
Oh, yeah.
And whether or not there were
Right. Some gene
laws being broken. Laws being broken, right?
Oh, yeah. Being misrepresented. You know, we have this
Yeah.
vaccine that we just made real quick all of a sudden. It doesn't
Oh,
have
and you
to-
have to take it or you lose your job.
That's the absurd part. The pressure that's
Yeah,
put
you
up.
have to take it or you lose your job. Oh,
You know,
excuse me, I've got kids. Like most people, I'm so privileged and lucky that I didn't work for anybody else. I worked for myself. So, like, you know, it means I didn't have a financial thing to lean upon, except like, you know, credit cards and rubbish like that. But
There was a thing during the Obama administration where we were forced to have insurance or we would suffer consequences in our taxes or something. And that is not human rights. That is like a fascist dictatorship where people have to do things. We should be given the opportunities to do things. Like in New Hampshire, you don't have to have car insurance. But you probably want to, you know what I mean? But like places like that allow us to have our freedoms where we don't have to, you know, pay these institutions. But when we have to pay these institutions, you have to question, is that human rights? Is that dictatorship? You know, it was really evident when we had to take these vaccines, when people were not even sure what they were or what the consequences were going to be. But in order to maintain their livelihood and like not lose their income and potentially their home and whatever, they had to subsist. And it's just showing that things have really fallen apart. And after that, people have really started to question authority, especially the medical institution.
yes, so like this is like a powerful revelation, right? So we could look at that and we could say like, wow, you know, the world is being taken through the cycle again.
Mm-hmm.
So for our judgment, now we're going to have to exercise judgment because evidence is going to be thrown on the stage. And this is going to cause us to the sun to rethink our position, right? To discover how we feel and what's our authentic reaction to this. And then we're going to have to read a little deeper, look into our feelings and what this means about ourselves and the world. And that will give us a set of greater strength and hope. And we will then have to use the power of the tower to dismantle this broken machine that has done this to us, right? And in the process, we'll be facing the devil. We'll be facing off with the devil. We'll be having to look at what is the correct structure. How can we prevent this from happening? What's the structure that we can hide our weakness in, or put our weakness in so that we've got enough strength to keep us safe, because we obviously haven't been safe. And this will be a great challenging time, a temperance time, because it will be a great time of transformation, of death. And we would have to sacrifice ourselves in a sense, sacrifice our society, sacrifice everything. We're going to have to look at what risks we need to take. Are vaccines safe? Are they worthwhile? Have we been a sacrificial lamb? Do we need to face the dangers of really saying, well, do we need all these vaccines? Why are children getting so many vaccines, 21 vaccines before they turn 1? Do we have to put our child in danger to not get them? I mean, my child never got 1.
72 in America. Apparently, they get 72 now.
My boy has never had a needle in his skin. He's going to be turning 9. He's never been to a doctor. And this will cause us to start to weigh things up, the balances, get towards that point of finding our place in this cosmic drama and move towards an abundance, a personal, inner, spiritual abundance of personal power, which comes from the hermit's wisdom that he's bringing, so that the integrity of my ego can reflect the inner worlds, the spiritual worlds that I am connected to, my internal emotional compass of ethics and morality, so that I'll able to stand up and communicate with the lovers and Mercury and Gemini, in order to face up to the structure and the conditioning that we've all been living into, and change my own structure and conditioning, so that we can become the emperors of our own domain, personal power, liberty. Yeah, not having to bow to Big Brother. And so we can see that this will take us into a new and enriching society where the secrets that have been hidden from us by the governments will become common knowledge, and that will become a source of great personal power to all of us. So we can see how that journey relates also to society, if we consider society as a living being. Should we consider society as a living being? A macrocosmic one of us?
Yeah, they talk about the corpus, corporations. It's a body. I don't know if it has a mind or a heart, though. It seems somewhat heartless.
Yeah, I was talking to my girlfriend about that last night, and about how, like, our law is so corrupt that a corporation cannot be held accountable for what they do, right?
Yeah.
A fine is not being held accountable, is it?
No.
BP can destroy our ocean, not plug up holes, and pay a fine that is less than it would have cost to plug up the holes. How's that not corrupt?
There's a lot of corruption there. The law and religion have a lot of commonalities and parallels that people don't realize, but there's 3 stages in a courtroom, as there are 3 stages in a religious altar. And the man on the altar wears a black robe, suggesting worship of the black sun. And when we have people in the courtroom, they're following the law. When we have people in a religious altar, they're following the law of God. And so there's a lot of connection when they say there's a separation of law and state. You really have to start to question that.
Comes back to the vowels, doesn't it? Law and low. That was a low blow, right?
Yeah.
The law. Definitely, it's like an association there with law and low. How to keep us low. How to keep us pinned down. Yeah? How to prevent liberty.
Right.
Under the guise of it's something that we need. Yeah? When actually we all have an internal compass, do we not? Of what's okay and what's not. Like in the old days, if we didn't have police and someone comes and hurts a girl in our community, we're all going to pick up sticks and go and find him, aren't we? He'll get what's coming to him. And there'll probably be a lot less of that shenanigans happening, because he'll know, if you want to do bad things to a woman, you're not just going to go to prison for 2 or 3 years. You're going to get all of us at sticks. And it might be serious, as serious as the crime was against the woman, that's what you're going to get. So this is why rape is condoned. I mean, how is it that you get into more trouble from stealing from a corporation than what you do from raping a woman in the eyes of the law? Does that make sense? You can go to jail for like 15, 20 years for defrauding a corporation, right? But a woman getting like sexually assaulted by a male, what is he going to end up in there for? 2 years?
Sad.
I mean,
Anything.
it's disproportionate, isn't it? It's
Most rape
ridiculous.
charges are never really dealt with because women don't report them. So I think society is kind of hinging on that factor by the fact that there's really low consequences for those kinds of acts, which is the thing that should be having the highest consequence.
What if he's got money?
Innocent, you know?
What if he's got money?
Yeah, then he's definitely going to get away with a string of them in a row.
Even if he's got money, and even if he goes to jail for 2 years and he comes out, what would he do to you if you're a woman? Right?
Yeah.
Maybe he's got enough money to get a connection to the underworld and say, I want this woman wiped off the face of the earth and I don't want her to come back to me. Some accident happens and the woman's no longer alive. You can sort of see why women don't want to report it, don't you? Because the bloke's only going to be in jail for like a couple of years, right? Then he's going to come out and guess who he's going to have an axe to grind with? So the women really aren't being protected. But the corporation, oh my gosh, if you try and rape a corporation, they will bury you. You won't get out of jail.
So this is where like people falter in their progression and their development, and they get stuck at the stage of the devil of their own indulgences, and their shadow becomes their good side, their compassionate side, and their forthright personality becomes the evildoer, the one that's going to out and take advantage and exploit and manipulate and injure people. Because they're tough, because they were driven to not be weak, because they were ashamed of being too kind and taken advantage of in the past. So, some people end up developing stunted like that. And they're in the world with us, and, we have to deal with them. So luckily, there's people that are willing to stand out and take acts of violence in protection of the innocent and protection of others. Because a lot of times, these evil ones, these wrongdoers, take so much power because the people that they confront don't even want to defend themselves because it's not really in their nature to harm others. So it's a dangerous world with those kind of individuals. Luckily, there's people out here that you need to keep close by, the protectors that are strong warriors that stand for justice and integrity. And it's not, you can't really depend on the law for that. You can always hope. You call an officer in, hopefully he's a person of integrity. But people of integrity are usually driven away from law and medicine because they find that it's so much corruption involved and that integrity is really ostracized. And so it becomes diminished. They're not allowed to be as integrous as they want to be. They want to have more integrity and do the right thing. But oftentimes with law and medicine, the right thing is not something that is allowed. Like if you tell somebody you don't have to take this surgery or medicine, you could actually do this, you could lose your job, just for telling people to eat right or take some vitamins. It's not something they're being paid for. So it's sad. And in like law, when it comes to justice being served, we oftentimes see like the person that's going to jail as somebody that was innocent, that was wrongfully accused or scapegoated. And the people that are going out and doing these crimes are pretty well versed in being able to scapegoat other people and get away with stuff, whereas other people that are not really as involved would not really be able to defend themselves as well when being accused of doing such things. So there's a lot of injustice that we see, but people being victims of the law. But you can always, understand that there's things that are not necessarily spotlighted in the world that aren't really focused on, but there's always street justice in the background, people that are going to look out for each other. And sometimes it just involves a little bit of intimidation. Hopefully, you don't want to have to get to the point where you're getting to have to go out and get revenge or anything like that, really, necessarily, because that's perpetuating more conflict and difficulties. But if you can use the aspect of intimidation and protect yourself and make it harder for people to take advantage of you, I think we all have that responsibility in the world to be able to have some aspect of that for ourselves, because otherwise we're enabling people to become these wrongdoers, and showing them that they're going to get away with it and that it's easy to do. So I think Einstein said it best, that it's not the evil in the world that's going to be dealing with itself. It's that the good people in the world have to confront this evil for things to change, for things to do better. That's the real responsibility of us all.
Yeah, brother, so true. So true. And like, who was it that was saying, Howard, that congressional hearing is theater? Completely. That's exactly what it is. It's really just one big hoax. And we're being sort of coaxed into the hoaxy pokesy.
Yeah.
The hoaxy pokesy nonsense game that we're supposed to be dancing to. But at least the theater is playing a show that I want to watch.
Right.
I really didn't enjoy the last production, where they were like, no, like this is the savior of the world. We've got it in this little vial, this vial syringe is the savior of the world, and like basically without it you're all dead. Basically, was that was about it, right?
Yeah.
And oh, and by the way, if you don't like it, you don't have to work. You can just not have a life. In fact, just go over there in the corner and become part of this problem, which is a big problem in the States. In some of the states, in some of the cities, they've got lots of this drug happening, isn't it? This pharmaceutical drug that everybody's on. Yeah?
Yeah.
It's a big deal. A lot of people are like just basically wanting to forget themselves and escape. And but yeah, brother, like you say, it falls down to people to stand up for each other. Yeah?
Yep.
For us to band together and to say like enough, and to stand our ground, and to be authentic and integrous, and to not allow ourselves to witness things. It's a difficult thing. Like, since I've been a father, this is where it becomes for me on a personal level. Like, I wasn't afraid of not being alive, right? Like, for me, I was like, well, what's the worst you can do to me? You can off me. Well, if you want to off me, go have a go at it. You know what I mean? Like, that was my attitude in life. Was like, it was easy to be an activist when the worst they could do to me was off me, right? And I was like, yeah, well, I'm not afraid of being offed. But now I'm so afraid of being offed, now that I'm a father.
Mm.
There's just so much that I've got to lose. And it makes me vulnerable. It makes me weak in a way. To doing something or that can put my child in danger. If that makes sense. So I think this is how they get us, right? They get us through our kids. And this is how they get people. Wonder, how can those dark brotherhood recruit people? Yeah. And I think some people, they recruit them because of their greed, right?
Yeah.
But other people, they get them into a position where they will hurt their children if they don't do what they're told to do. Right? Somehow. Like, if anything happened to me, who's going to look after my boy? You know, that's how I've got to think. And I suppose like it's the curse of being a parent. Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of blessings that come with being a parent. Bedtime. I got to go jump on him in a minute. It's 9 p.m. and his mom she's not very good at keeping track of time. So now he's running around doing the good night journey. And I can hear his footsteps running through the other side of the house. There he comes. So, shh. Straight to bed. I'm gonna give you a hug and a kiss in a minute. Okay, tuck you in. So I think, like, you know, this is how all of these good people. Because do we want to believe that this world is full of so many bad people? I mean, most people that do bad things do it. When a thief steals, they probably started stealing because they were hungry, right? Or they turned to crime because they had kids and they had to feed their kids or something. And then they got stuck in that journey, which I think is what the devil represents, right? When you get stuck on a particular set of karmic influences that replay themselves in your life. And so even when people do bad things, most of the time, they're doing them for good reasons. I don't know. What are your thoughts on that, Indy?
Yeah, I feel like most people are good, and we shouldn't expect everybody to be bad. I think we should just be prepared for that one bad egg sometimes. But I feel like also at the same time, you know, everybody can be saved and everybody can be, you know, awakened. And it comes from within. You know, you can't force anybody to do it, but we can all learn. And if we want to change, we can all become better and grow no matter what stage we're at. And it gets harder if we've been stunted for a longer time, but it's not impossible. And I feel like, you know, we want to focus mostly on trying to deal with other people in a good aspect. But I think the main problem that comes is not having to deal with bad people, but it's the fear that we're not strong enough to be able to cope with situations because we're not prepared. We're not strong enough. We're not versed in self-defense or the ability to protect ourselves from dangerous situations. It makes people scared to leave the house or scared to go out into public or go to the grocery store or whatever it is. So I think by going through some challenges, we can strengthen ourselves. If it takes a willingness to be able to gather that kind of development for yourself. And oftentimes it's not really stimulated until there's something bad happens and you end up in a situation where you're in solitude. Maybe you end up losing a job or a relationship and you have some time on your hands to question things and maybe further yourself, maybe get an education if you can afford it, the time or the money to be able to do it. But those kind of times are like part of the fool's journey where the fool is taking on a challenge, which some people might consider like a major hurdle or a big downfall, and turning it into something that's going to strengthen him. And we can consider those things to be blessings in disguises from the perspective of the fool. So the fool sees something came together, it was really good, and then it fell apart. And where others might be in a place where they've lost their motivation, the fool will now see new motivations and the ability to transform and change from this to become better. So this is a situation in the fool's journey where the fool's humility and the fool's open-mindedness come in handy in the face of what other people would consider to be the end, the Fool sees to be the beginning of a new challenge and a new rising up to strengthen, to become capable of doing something new. That's now something that he's going to have under his belt. So that's kind of something that can be something great for us all if we can see these challenges that we confront instead of as something to be in dismay about, but something to be excited about, trying to embrace the transformation and the changes that could come of it. The perspective is everything. If we're grateful for our blessings in disguise to help us grow, then we're going to be able to grow more. But if we see these challenges as something to whine about and put us back into unmotivated states, it's not going to be a good thing. We're going to be having a hard time trying to grow. We're going to be in a place where we're trying to stay in our comfort zone, which may not be the right place. So the ability to bring the Fool and the symbol of the Fool's journey into your life and try to go with the flow through challenging situations can really help you build resilience and develop to be more than you could ever imagine.
Yeah, hallelujah. Hallelujah. Do I hear a hallelujah? Hallelujah. No, brother, so straight on, man.
Thanks.
Being humiliated and being humble. Humility and humiliation. You know, I think the Fool can't be humiliated because the Fool's already humble. Can you humiliate a humble person? I think those are like the basic concepts that we're talking about, and it's quite interesting. Like we're talking about when we look at the principle of gratefulness, yeah. Like I'm looking at the star and I'm seeing an element within the star, yeah, that relates to this gratefulness. And that gratefulness of that cup that just keeps pouring out and filling over. How full is that cup? It's got a great fullness to it, doesn't it? And when your cup is so full that it spilleth over, yeah? Isn't that like an innuendo that's saying gratefulness as a concept? And I think that gratefulness is like really when we become so full of greatness that we become grateful. And then we become a great fool, right? So I think these words are the way they are for a reason. When he walks is ridiculous. I don't know if you can see him well. Let me put him on the screen. Uri, we can't see you, my boy. No one can see you there. Your face is out of shot. Uri, we can't see you. He's smiling at us the way the dogs smile. When he walks, I don't know if you guys hear it. His footsteps is a. He's like he walks more lightly than I do. I mean, he only weighs about 130 pounds, 140 pounds, right?
Oh, him right there behind you?
Yeah. But he walks like he weighs like 200 pounds.
Cool.
Yeah, his name is Ori. Orion.
Must be
Ori as in light.
yeah.
Or. Yeah, I think, when we look at this idea of this journey of the fool, I think gratefulness is where the fool ends up, right? Because whichever part of the journey he's on, he's 100% involved, right? And so there's this perfect zen. In other words, the fool has to, at any point, be reflecting the sacrificial quality of the hanged man in order to play any of these roles. Also, the transformative potential of death to become any of those roles. The temperance of the card temperance, in order to be tempered into that state, he has to understand the devil and the structure of being in order to be able to know what role to play. The tower means that whatever role he was playing before needs to be destroyed in order for him to play a new role. The star, he has to always have in his heart this hope that things are going to be better. That's why he's playing this role for now. He has to have the quality of the moon to be able to see deeper into the unconscious forces, not just what is seemingly obvious. He has to have the integrity of the sun and that core ego, so that he can express self-expression, the particular role that he's being molded into. And then, of course, there's got to be the judgment to know exactly when that role has been played and when another role needs to be played, and how to manifest the most positive part of that role. Then he's also got to have that worldly quality of basically the dance of life, that it's a game, that it's a dance, that he's in this beautiful show and he's dancing through these different personalities. Then he's got to have the justice of Libra, of the card justice, in order to be able to act out the just representation of just that role, right? And the wheel of fortune has to be present. He has to be able to bring forth the abundance of any role that he's acting out. He obviously has to be a certain amount of aloofness to be able to play any of these 21 roles. And it takes a lot of strength in order to be able to shift between these roles. He's got to have an infinite potential over his head, and he must be able to shape his ego, the lion, into anything he wants to shape it to. And he needs to be in control of his chariot to drive into the deeper aspects of consciousness, so that he can retrace his steps and see which roles he needs to be able to interact with, right? Then there's the lovers. He's got to be able to polarize himself and take different opposing viewpoints in order to get the message across. He has to also be able to embrace certain aspects of conditioning factors, to condition himself or to act out certain elements of conditioning. He needs to be the emperor. He needs to be in charge of himself. He needs to be totally in charge of what he's doing. He's got to be prepared to move towards his goal with total zen, total focus. He needs to also embrace the empress, right? Because the whole process of moving through these different roles is going to open up a new aspect of himself, a new mystery to be discovered with every role that he's playing. So he's constantly learning, Empress. And the High Priestess, he then becomes an initiate, and he also initiates and is in the process of being initiated. For this is all one big initiation. So he has to become an initiation himself, which is leading back to the hanged man. And so we see that the high priestess and the hanged man have got this relationship. And then, of course, he's got to exercise perfect skills in order to be able to take on any of these 21 roles. So this fool has to be able to have all of these 21 aspects in his little knapsack, right? And so that's what we see in that knapsack, as he's the great alchemist that's got to play all of these different roles, you know, on the stage of life, in order to take us all through the stages of development, so that we can all recognize that what we think is real is a show on a stage. And so we see how this relates on a personal level with Maya. And is that why the world is so much of a production? What do you think, Indy? Why our politics is such a sham? Why it's all just a play on a stage with nonsense, like a fantasy story? Is it because who we are is also a little bit of a fantasy story? What are your thoughts?
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I guess, people are just kind of filling these roles that are kind of laid out that they don't really know exactly how to fill, but they're playing the role the best they can, I guess. And it seems to me like the politics, especially in America, is more of a show or a game. It doesn't seem like a very clear-cut system. Nothing really works out. People want to do something, and then things do or don't work out. And usually times when you want something good to happen, it doesn't work out, and things bad are going to happen. They can't stop it. So it kind of seems like it's got a real mind of its own, and it doesn't really depend on a democracy that we really hope to have as much as we really want it to. But at the same time, it might not be the consequence of some overarching, evil overlords, but maybe just the fact that people are just trying to naively play roles they don't really know how to fill, and they're not really understanding the importance of integrity, that it involves all of the stages of development we spoke about earlier, where before going into service of others, you have to deal with times of solitude and introspection and self-development. And then you become able to do a better job of being able to serve others when you can understand and master yourself first. And then others go from that stage after serving others back into introspection and self-mastery, into mysticism, and can be leading others in different journeys of more mystical ways. But some people choose to stay in roles where they're serving others, in the community or in the state or at the federal level, different levels of service.
I love that, brother. The synchronicities are hitting us pretty hard here.
Yeah.
Because you said the word mysticism, and I saw 3 hours and 22 minutes. 3 hours and 22 minutes. And I was like, wow, that's something else, right? Like that I'm seeing those numbers while you're saying that word. And the 322, well, that's a very important number for this mystic initiation. Yeah. From a Rosicrucian perspective, and obviously these magicians, they understand this order 322, and so they sculpt themselves upon these things. They use the existing framework in order to give their spells power. They're not actually using high magic, are they? They're all just using natural magic. So they're not really great magi's. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
They're not really great, powerful adepts. They're just very clever and conniving in how they operate.
Yeah, it's thought that the
which to
Rosicrucians
me is
and
sorry.
the
Yes.
it's thought that the Rosicrucians and the Freemasons came about from the Knights Templar that later became the Pirates, that were like the second born of the monarchy rulers that went in defiance and kept the secret mystical rites alive that were occult and that were only kept amongst the secret elite. And so they were the ones that created the Rosicrucian and Freemason movements to allow people to come in to assist them in being able to have knowledge of truth that is hidden. And that's one of the theories of the origins of the Freemasons and Rosicrucians. And there's obviously a lot more wisdom there in the Rosicrucian church than in your regular hell and eternal damnation church.
Eternal damnation church. I like that. Yeah, I mean, there's definitely a lot of knowledge there, and I think like there must be something about the second born possibly being involved in it as well. But I think it has a lot to do with when I was young, I was approached by these guys, these older men, right? And because I had drowned, I was a very unusual child. And drowning will do that to you, yeah? Make you different. And so like I had these natural abilities that I hadn't really learned how to keep track of. And so they wanted me to be a part of the order. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
They were grooming me to become a part of their order. And even though I was so young, and they were like, no, well, like it was explained to me that some people have different kinds of natural wild talents. And if you've got a kind of a manifesting kind of a body type, kind of a certain kind of a natural talent, you're sought after. Like they're looking for people like this. They're looking for people that have got like wild psychic talents. They want to bring them into the order. Isn't that interesting?
Yeah.
Because their rituals, they need people with high magic to make their natural magic rituals work.
All right.
And high magic is like what we're talking about is the actual journey of the fool, crossing the threshold. Like I suppose you could say that the ultimate journey of the hero and the fool is death, right? Like it's the ultimate one. And you go through this phase, you come back, and then you've now got a connection with the other side because you've been there. So you've got this tangible connection with what's beyond this physical life forces. So it means that you can be used to power like a battery. Does that make sense? Like a cell to power whatever the object they want to power concept. And so I think that they went out seeking to find people, and then they looked for these people in certain bloodlines. Yeah. And so I'm like, the interesting thing was it's not just because I drowned. My father had it, my brother had it, my other brother had it, my father's mother had it. Yeah.
Wow.
So, and from what my father had told me about his mother, so basically a very old family within the Shanahan tribe, which is one of the oldest Celtic tribes of Ireland. Bloodlines. And in this particular family bloodline, there's a lot of psychic ability. And my father was involved in my grandfather was involved with witchcraft. He was Welsh. He was a Mason. You see, he was trained in Rosicrucianism. So, like, they look for people that have got this in their heritage so that they can use them. Yeah, because obviously your bloodline brings a lot of you in, and so they look for people from indigenous bloodlines. Yeah, like with native bloodlines that weren't so messed up by the church. You know, because like the church went around witch burning everybody that had any kind of ESP. Yeah, with a mission to eradicate all ESP from the planet.
Yeah.
But then they wanted, I think the church gave you a choice, like you bow here and you get burnt, or you go with them. Become a part of whatever they're a part of. Do you see what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like they didn't want to get rid of all of the people with ESP. They just wanted to get rid of the people with ESP they couldn't control.
Sounds right.
Because the church was very much about occult practices. I mean, if you look at what exorcism is, it's an interesting practice, you know?
Yeah. I had a friend that was an exorcist for a little while.
Yeah.
It's very taxing work.
And so there's Catholic priests running around doing exorcisms. They're like basically like they're magicians.
Yeah.
Wizards, sorcerers, call them whatever you want. That's what they're doing. It's against the church apparently, but that's their thing. Yeah, Neil. The karmic thing keeps coming, and I think that's what's represented when we look at this.
They have They have a exorcist from the church that worked for the Pope for a long time. They just made a movie about him, I think, with Anthony Hopkins playing the role of the exorcist that worked for the Pope. So it's not totally against the Catholic Church, or at least it wasn't.
Yeah, exactly. You know, for all we know, John Dee was trained by the church to be an exorcist. You know what I mean? For all we know. And so that they've always had these associations in these little deep pockets of the Vatican, which have got all sorts of occult machines and occult knowledge and occult lore and occult texts. And I'm sure that there are some people that get access to these occult texts and this occult lore.
I know that Von Daniken got a letter from the Pope thanking him for his service to humanity with his literature and stuff. And for those of you who don't know, Von Daniken made the book, I think it's called Chariot of the Gods, and kind of laid out the groundwork of the archaeological evidence of the gods having been here and stuff, which the Catholic Church tries to cover that up. But it's interesting that they would thank him for putting that stuff out.
Yeah, brother. You know, I think it's like we get back to that point where Neil was talking to us about, and like, you know, this the trump of the devil. Let's pull him up. Let's get him a nice big devil. I always use the Rider-Waite traits deck. Probably creature of habit on one hand, and on another hand, I like the symbolism, the way it's presented. Because the symbolism speaks so clearly as to what's being spoken about. But here we see, I think this represents the forces of the karmic forces that we face, that we become attached to, that's attached to us every time that we act out. And you can see like the man's tail being lit by the fire. He's the action. And then the woman is the receptive, what comes back because of that action. And that changes us in a karmic wheel, right? And that karmic wheel is what we represent here as like the proverbial devil, which is that devil within us, which is the addictions. This card means addictions, right? In a tarot reading. So if this card comes out, it could very often relate to addiction related issues, because we become stuck with a pattern that we're in, and we're not really trapped by that pattern in the same way that these two aren't trapped, but we feel that we're trapped in that pattern, right? Like an alcoholic isn't really stuck. They can just put down the bottle at any point and stop drinking, right?
Sometimes.
There's nobody there with a gun to their head says, like, you better drink that next bottle of whiskey, buddy.
You can die from withdrawal from alcohol. You can die sometimes if you try to quit.
You can.
Yeah.
But at the same time, you can also wean yourself off it.
Yeah.
You can, like, just have a little sip. And
Exactly.
then the next time have a smaller sip. And the next time have a smaller sip until you're only having like one drink in the day. And then by that stage, you don't need it anymore. Like,
Most people don't get to that stage anyways.
you need 12 steps.
Right. Yeah.
The 12 steps. So arguably here, we've got the 10 steps, which is quite interesting, right? So you could devise a form of getting out of addictions using these tarot, using the trumps, you know, in their natural form, like using the basic principles that we have, you know. The first 10 steps would be to confront the worldly associations of the actual substance. The next one would be your judgment, how you feel about being addicted. Next thing would be how to awaken your core strength of the sun. Next thing would be to spend a lot of time writing in a diary. What is the cause? Why do I feel the way I feel to make me addicted? The next thing is to implement hope of the star. The next thing is to ride out some of the cold turkey, right? Ride out some of the cold turkey and watch the worst aspects of yourself, the devil, come into being because of riding out some cold turkey as much as you can. That will become a temperance. Now you got to suffer the temperance by slowly having less, right? Until you can reach the death of transformation and transform that. And then you become the sacrificial lamb. And that sacrificial lamb takes you towards a state of justice, which represents balance. So you can see how, you know, that's 10 steps that lead to justice. And then the next step is broken up of another 10 steps, right? And so if that makes sense, like there's a working system here where you can basically model a system to overcome addictions or anything really. Like the beautiful potential within this heroic fool's journey is that it's a system that you can use to transform yourself. And it's a very personal system that can be adapted to just about anything. Hi.
Wild. Me boy.
I'm just going to change my internet quickly. Am I still here? Am I freezing? Is my voice going a bit weird?
Oh, it sounds good.
Okay. Hi, look at the little guy.
Hey, buddy. This is Enki Caduceus Sage.
Hi.
Hey, baby. Say hi. Oh. Those nice colors.
Hello.
What a good boy. Being so good.
Aw. Isn't it so funny?
Yes.
You know,
Mm.
we get caught up in our big, serious adult world. And these little guys, they live in a more real world than what we live in.
Mm.
Yeah.
They do.
Like they
Oh.
live in the real world. Like there's someone outside there. You better check him out. Ruff,
Yeah.
ruff, you know, like I'm hungry. I need to pee. I need to poo. You know, they only deal in reality. They don't live in their heads like us humans, like drifting
Masters
off
of my
into our
soul.
little.
They're here now. That's for sure.
Well, do you think there's a lot more that we've left out?
No, not too much. Probably wanted to talk about a little bit about the naivety of the fool, how that's kind of one of his
Fire away, brother. Fire away.
yeah. So you know, the fool in being young in his development and open-minded is somewhat naive, and so doesn't really have all these fears and these expectations. So a lot of people have these expectations and these they think things are predetermined in ways that they can understand and that they figured everything out. The fool is kind of more open-minded and is curious about things because the doesn't really know how things work. But as a part of that, the fool's really knows or doesn't know that he's going to make mistakes because he doesn't really understand things as well as others around them. So, being naive can be, you know, consequential in some ways, but in a lot of ways for the fool, being naive is what allows the fool to come across these strengthening challenges and go on such a journey that would um, bring him to come into self-realization. Because when we've been through life and what we said before, we become hardened or jaded or callous from previous life experiences. That can close a lot of doors to opportunities that we might have to do things that's going to help us build more resilience. And so, in a lot of ways, people that are kind of rigid and stuck in their ways will oftentimes begin to have diminished resilience from um, hiding in their shell and not coming out of their comfort zones for too long. They might lose their ability to experience new things and enjoy those things. So, a lot of people that have gone through the fool's journey and have gone through these challenges will see the value in that. You can gain a lot of joy in experiencing new things and finding new places to take adventures and creating new things. So, if we've lost our ability to sing and dance, lost our ability to draw and paint, lost our ability to go out and adventure, go swimming and rolling down hills or running up mountains or whatever you like to do, then maybe you could go back and think in the fool's journey that you could start a new cycle and start to open up again, get some of that naivety back that was lost in your hardening of the worldview that you have, and start to loosen up and see things more freely and start to see things with new eyes. It can help bring more opportunities to you that will help strengthen you and bring you answers to some of the issues you may have, some of the voids that you may have in your life may be fulfilled through confronting these challenges. So it could be a rewarding journey.
Yeah, brother. I would say completely. That makes a lot of sense. You know, the naivety of the fool is often not really looked at, and I think it represents the shadow. Yeah, it's really what shadow work is really tuned in towards. I'm going to be doing a shadow work thing next Sunday. By the way, heads
Oh,
up.
that's cool.
Next Sunday will be just techniques, just really a breakdown of techniques. That'll be next Sunday, the 8th at 3 p.m. New York time or 8 p.m. UK time. And tomorrow, 3 p.m. New York time, 8 p.m. UK time, is going to be meditation. So come and join. We're talking about techniques and exercises related to meditation that can make meditation easier, and how to engage with meditation in a way that it can become a powerful part of one's life. I think it's the most powerful tool that we have. And so, yeah, I do think that engaging with the shadow is a very powerful medium, and looking at that shadow, generally our ignorance and our naivety is where our wisdom is. Isn't that an intriguing concept? Because in order to be ignorant of one thing, you must be aware of something else. So every time that we are ignorant of one thing, it means that we are going to be tuning into the opposite frequency. So there's this powerful polarity between being wise and being foolish. And so the word fool is often negatively associated in our English language. And we say, stop fooling around, don't be a fool, you're a fool. It's not a positive thing. But I think there's a humility that's wrapped up in this naivety of the fool. Maybe when we all realize that in our great wisdom we are really naive, maybe then we are the fool. But while we think that we are wise, we become naive. And when we think that we are naive, we become wise. And there's like this, once again, Libra, this Libra package is the center, justice. I think that justice is really meeting out these scales to show us that wisdom and folly are really two sides of the same thing. Two different variations of the exact same process working through the consciousness, which is like an almost weird thing to consider. And namaste, Mr. Shotoktaga. M. Gunter, Bay, PhD, Postural Therapy. That's a mouthful, huh? Welcome. I hope you're enjoying the show. Big love and blessings to everybody. And I think we should all embrace the naivety of the fool. What do you think? Should we be embracing it?
I think so, yeah. Embrace the naivety of the fool and the folly to a degree. Everything is balance.
That's how we learn.
Some people may be like too far on that degree. Just kind of wandering through life with no direction, and they're just letting things come. Not to say that that's a bad place, but if you want to have more structure in your life and you're too loose and free, you could always try to embark on that fool's journey and embrace some challenges to have more structure in your life and be able to get some more foundation to your life instead of just exploring. I know some people like to explore a lot, and it's hard for them to get their roots down and just go with the wind. So for those individuals, I'm sure they're probably well familiar with the fool and its aspects, and they may need to work on other things as well. But the fool is something that we all have, and can always help us remind us of the cycle of the journey of the hero and of the fool and of the person in the world. Whether it's a boy or a girl, man or a woman, fool is everyone. It has all
exactly. I think it equates to Please carry on, brother. I think
It
there's a
has
delay here. Please continue.
all the other 21 arcana within it. So it's got everything.
Yeah, man. I think I completely get that, and I think the humility that we're all looking for. When we look at the word humil means heaven. Yeah, it means heaven in Germanic, Norse, Dutch, whatever way you look at the language. From the Germanic, humil is heaven. So humility is bringing that heavenly quality to earth. And when we are humble, we are not afraid of making mistakes. And I think that the naivety of the fool means that you're willing to go and make mistakes. And in the process of being willing to make mistakes, it means that you're willing to learn from your mistakes. I think that's what humility represents, a willingness to learn from our mistakes. And I think, this is something that to me often gets people think humility is when you walk around with your head bowed like this and you pretend that you're smaller than what you are with this little voice. And so they think that this is what being humble is about. Instead of just like being ready to laugh at yourself at the drop of a hat because you're a clown. Being ready to take the piss out of oneself because oneself can be like we can be ridiculous. And when we realize that we're as much a part of the clown show as the clown show that we're watching, then we start realizing that we are always making mistakes. And so that naivety, in a sense, is a great superpower, because if you can accept if we can accept that we're naive, then we'll become less naive. We'll become more wise. Well, we can't become wise until we accept that we're naive, and we're all naive to a varying degrees of great naivety. But it's the more we become aware of our naivety, the more humble we'll become. So I think humility is like in that space between the wisdom and the naivety of the fool. Anyway, those are my ideas. That's what I think. Otherwise, I hope you guys have had a great discussion. We went almost to 4 hours, unless there's more that Indy wants to share. Trying to wrap these up in 4 hours. My internet's going all blinkety hinkety.
I think that's good.
Do you have other things you want to put on the table, brother?
No, not really. I really like that you focused on the values of being humble and learning from the mistakes, having the openness to do that. And I think there's a lot of value in that. And we can all learn that even though we might think we've really figured something out, not listening to the insights of other people who are just starting to learn it is going to keep us from being able to learn more. And if your cup is too full, you can't even accept a drop more of wisdom. So empty your cup. You put your thinking aside, your knowledge aside, and listen. And you can really learn a lot more. And I think when you see people working with people that are experiencing something for the first time, they have fresh eyes on something, you can gain a lot of insight from people that have new perspective. And a lot of time people will judge them because maybe they don't want
like when we're parents.
Familiarity, but go on. When we're parents, you said?
No, brother, I'm agreeing with you completely. Sorry.
Yeah.
I think my digital delay is like you stop talking, but then you're talking, and then I'm like, oh, hold on, I missed a part.
I noticed that. That's all right. But yeah, but like you said, like when you're parents and your kids have fresh eyes on everything, you can really learn a lot from being able to listen to them and see through their eyes a fresh take on things. And it can really brighten up your life.
Yeah, like little kids.
Yeah.
Like the amount that we learn from kids is blinding.
Mm-hmm.
It's like so much. Like being a parent and watching your children learn, you go like, wow. You know? And
Absolutely.
and then they teach us these things, and we go like, holy crap, I didn't realize that. And it's like I've been on this planet more like decades, and this little bugger has just taught me something quite cool. It's quite humbling, you know, to realize just how naive we are when we think we know things, and then it takes a little baby to like put us back on track, like a little something, you know. And they'll say something, and we'll be like, "Holy crap, you're so right," you know. It'll be something simple, so that it definitely is like that, you know. If we can, then we can learn from anyone.
That's true. And we can. But we should listen twice as much as we speak.
So yeah, absolutely. I'm looking forward to letting the dogs out, relaxing, going to empty my bladder. I hope you all got what you came for. I hope you all enjoyed the conversation. We managed to keep it within 4 hours, which is really, really great. Yeah, the children don't know, they understand. They don't know how wise they are. Beautiful little kitty, huh?
Meow. You hear that, bud?
Hi. These kitties are definitely. Look at her ears when she looks at them. She gets jealous, huh?
Yeah.
A little bit. Did you see the ears pointing at him? The ears told him, like, huh, come and steal my thunder. This was my moment.
Yeah. Definitely jealousy going on there. Both sides.
Ah, they're beautiful. Well, thank you all. Sending you all big love and big blessings. Prayers, salutations, love. Enjoy the ride, enjoy the day, enjoy the week, and Om Namah Shivaya. Take it easy. Don't forget to smile. Smiling is like probably one of the greatest things we've got. And enjoy the little animals. And if you don't have animals, go to a park and enjoy the squirrels, enjoy the birds. Ah,
Little guy.
big love to everybody. Big love to you, dear brother.
Much
India is
love.
always an honor. Thank you for
Sounds-
bringing your wisdom to the table. Thank you all for bringing your wisdom to the table. So many beautiful things that were shared in this space. And something that Linda said. Linda, I'm so sorry about what's happening with your job, by the way. Cell phones. Ay, ay, ay. I don't know if you caught this, but Linda's basically being forced to get one of these new smartphones that supports authentication app. And Linda obviously has been like, you know, resisting. Like, I will resist. But they get you, you know. They get you. Like, no, you need to be running this later version of whatever operating system so that we can run your authentication apps. And good luck with that, Linda. The best thing that I would say to you is do your research, right? When you get a phone, do your research. You can have developer mode. Just whatever phone you're buying, go onto the internet and figure out how to do developer mode. And go into the developer mode settings in your phone and change what settings you want to change in your handset. But just do a bit of research on the Google before you do that, Linda. If you're still with us, if Linda's still there, you'll be surprised when you go into developers mode what you can see with your phone, huh? Like there's automatic settings that are just automatically toggled. You can toggle things on and off in developer mode. So that might give you some of your sense of what's the word? Privacy back. I don't know if there is such a thing as privacy anymore. Big love and blessings to you all. Take it easy. And yeah, don't yield to the mind control. Howard's good advice there. I think we should all be careful. Watch out for the silver screen. It's out to get us. Om Shanti. Big love. Big blessings. Take it easy. Don't forget to smile.